Chapter 946. There was news from India, and several old monks attached great importance to it. Siddhartha, an old monk who was more than 190 years old, set off with two old friends. 2 days later, accompanied by the four masters and the authority of ancient Sanskrit, Siddhartha and the other two old monks came to Be City to meet with Yi Fan. Even though medicine had made great progress, it was still a miracle for an old monk to live to more than 190 years old. Siddhartha was hale and hearty. Although he was old beyond recognition, he still walked as if he was flying. His bones were very strong, and his words were like the ringing of a bronze bell, with a metallic trill. The two old men walking with him were the same. It was obvious that they were about the same age. They were tall and withered, their skin was yellow, and they were bony. Their eye sockets were deep, but they were full of spirit. They put their palms together and bowed to Yi Fan. Their expressions were peaceful. These three people had crossed 3 centuries and had experienced the world of mortals. They could be called eminent monks. Yi Fan returned the greeting and nodded to himself. Siddhartha and the other two were extraordinary. They had entered the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, so it was natural that their lifespans were extended. On the other side of the starry sky, entering the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace at this age was really not worth mentioning. They could barely be considered a cultivator. However, Earth was in the end of Dharma, and it was really not easy to have such cultivation. It could be said that these 3 people were already considered geniuses. Yi Fan invited them to sit down. He waved his right hand casually, and a few teacups soaked in spiritual medicine appeared out of thin air, which immediately surprised the 3 old monks. Ever since they saw this young man, they knew that they had met a powerful person, whose cultivation was most likely comparable to the ancient masters. Whether it was the 3 old monks, the 4 masters, or the authority of ancient Sanskrit, when they received the spiritual medicine tea, their faces were full of shock. The world has changed. It is really unusual to be able to still have such treasures in this era. This kind of hospitality is too much. I can't bear it. They all put their palms together and sincerely expressed their gratitude. This kind of spiritual medicine could be said to be rare in their lives. Yi Fan had many things he wanted to ask. He went straight to the point and asked if there were still ancient sects on Earth and where they were located. He wanted to understand the cultivation world. In the ancient years, there were many great sects and ancient sections. Experts were as common as clouds, and there was no lack of great divine abilities. However, everything has changed now. Shimoti said. In ancient India, Buddhism had once flourished and replaced Brahmanism. It had many followers in ancient temples, but it eventually declined. The current Hinduism was derived from Vedic and Brahmanism. It was like a reincarnation that had replaced Buddhism. Of course, the various religions merged with each other and all kinds of dharma coexisted. It was like a symbiosis. Shimoti said that in ancient times, if one didn't talk about faith and only talked about divine arts, there were many sections. Among them, the Vedic religion had a profound influence and was the predecessor of the Brahmanism. Before Sakyamuni became a monk, he had also cultivated the Brahmanism. The Vedas ran through the rise and fall of several religions, from Vedic to Brahmanism, and then to Buddhism, completing a reincarnation. Now, there was the Vedas again. Shimoti talked a lot about the orthodoxy of ancient times. He said that there were many inheritances like 100 flowers blooming, competing with each other in beauty and experts standing in great numbers. Later on, everything declined. The temple he was in just happened to experience a great disaster and lost most of its dharma. It was completely marginalized and lost contact with the various sects of the past. In this era, even he didn't know if the various sects still existed. He only knew a few people who knew about cultivation, but he felt that the various sects should still exist. It was just that they were in the end of days and had all hidden themselves from the world. Yi Fan was a bit interested in the Vedas and borrowed it to take a look. He knew that this was definitely not the doctrine in the eyes of the mortals. There must be a secret cultivation chapter. What do you know about the Middle Earth? For example, Taoism, the Middle Earth's devils, the bloodline of the ancient demonic gods, and so on. To be honest, he wasn't too interested in ancient India. He wanted to know more about the various religions of China in the ancient times. Shimodi revealed a solemn expression and said, "The Middle Earth is unfathomable. I don't know much about it either." He respected the Middle Earth from the bottom of his heart and didn't understand Taoism. He had never met anyone from this sect. He only heard about the Middle Earth's devils from the elders and didn't understand much. The only thing he had personally experienced was a demonic god. It made him tremble and he only glanced at it from afar. He didn't dare to get close and quickly retreated. "Where did you see it?" Shimodi said a place, and Yifan revealed a strange expression. It was actually a battlefield in the past and many people died there. During World War II, Shimodi traveled to the east and saw a bloody light piercing through the sky. It was extremely terrifying, and then it spread out like a vast ocean. This demon really knows how to pick the right time. Yifan muttered to himself. In the past, who knew how many heroic souls passed away? The entire land was covered in blood and gloomy clouds. In this cultivationless age, this might be a rare chance for a great demon to advance. It was forged with blood and spirit. Did he make a move? Yifan asked. No, cultivators can't interfere with the affairs of the human world. This is a rule set in ancient times. The world respects it and it has been passed down from generation to generation. No one dares to go against it. Shimodi said. Yifan nodded and didn't say anything. However, he was thinking about how strong that demonic god was. With Shimodi's eyesight back then, he couldn't have been wrong. His blood energy was overflowing and his demonic might was vast. This was very shocking. He was at least a sect master level figure. Very unusual. In this cultivationless age, there is such an ancient demon. It is really unexpected. I wonder where it is now. Yifan muttered to himself. Could this race be related to the fake Pangbo? He suddenly had this thought. According to Shimodi, the waters of the Middle Earth were very deep. That demonic god was just one example. He had heard the senior monk say that he had met another terrifying existence, but he didn't know much. In the end, they set off and brought the small stone Buddha to the Tibetan area. They wanted to open a path to Spirited Mountain. Buddhism had already declined in India, but it was flourishing in the Middle Earth. In the past, there was a bodhisattva who had passed away in meditation who said that Spirited Mountain would move to the east. According to the speculation of the arhats of later generations, it should be in the Tibetan area. Spirited Mountain was a primitive place of Buddhism. It had existed long before Gautama Buddha unified the religion. At that time, the monks cultivated while damaging their bodies and had great divine abilities. Before Gautama Buddha established the religion, the monks on earth were scattered. Spirited Mountain was the only place that could summon them. It was a mysterious ancient land. What a pity. After the last bodhisattva and ancient Buddha passed away, no one could open a path to Spirited Mountain from the outside. Shimodi said that this small stone Buddha might be a key sacred object. It might be able to solve the ancient mystery and discover that primitive place. There might be living beings inside. Yifan didn't bring Komatsu with him. He only took the small stone Buddha for the time being. Spirited Mountain was not inferior to Mount Meru, so there might be terrible dangers. He didn't want the innocent little fellow to take risks with him. The group walked in the uninhabited area. It was tranquil. The sky was dark blue with the occasional white and flawless clouds. Both the air and the scenery were very pure. Perhaps this was the only pure land. Nowadays, there were human footprints everywhere. Tall buildings stood in great numbers and concrete covered the fragrance of flowers and plants. It was a lack of primitive and natural scenery. Yifan held the small stone Buddha in his hand and supported it with his great magic power, causing it to burst forth with boundless light. In the end, several ancient characters appeared in its body while his own golden blood chi soared into the sky. These people were all trembling with incomparable reverence. This kind of great divinity almost never appeared in the world again, but today they had seen it with their own eyes. Shimodi and the other two old monks spoke a few Buddhist secret words, telling Yi Fan that it was left behind by an old elder. Perhaps he could use it to find the spiritual mountain. Yi Fan walked forward and silently chanted an incantation according to what they said. The small stone Buddha became more and more resplendent, and the divine halo behind its head completely materialized. Qingxiang sounds rang out as the pair of Buddha's eyes seemed like they were about to open. The heaven and earth are a bit different. Look, a few great mountains suddenly appeared in front of us. A master was astonished. This was an extremely strange scene. Quite a few great mountains appeared on the horizon. They were extremely tall and towered into the clouds. The pressure they gave off made it hard for people to breathe. It was a majestic sight. However, every single one of them was extremely indistinct and couldn't be seen clearly. They carried a type of faintness as they stood majestically at the end of the world. There is a path that has appeared, but it is disjointed. Another master was moved and pointed ahead. This was an ancient path that had never been seen before. Now, it suddenly appeared and led to the distant depths of the great peaks. This is the path to the spiritual mountain. Shimodi's entire body was trembling. It didn't match his appearance as a senior monk because he was too excited. Yi Fan supported the small stone Buddha with great magical force while chanting those incantations. A boundless Buddhist force surged over from the distance. That kind of fluctuation made people want to bow down and worship it. It surpassed everything else. It really is the spiritual mountain. Yi Fan's eyes shone brilliantly. This was exactly the same feeling he had when he entered Tibet not long ago. However, this time, it was incomparably long-lasting. An ancient path meandered over. Their group stepped onto this path and advanced step by step. This was extremely mysterious. There were many historical sites on the side of the road, and it didn't seem like the real world at all. The great mountain in the distance was too majestic. It was unknown which region it was hidden in the real world. Last time when Yi Fan crossed the Tibetan region, he didn't even discover it. Now, it gave off such an oppressive feeling. Ah, there's a corpse up ahead. A master quickly walked over. This path was very ancient, as if no one had walked it since ancient times. The rocks were engraved with the wind and frost of time. An old monk was all skin and bones. His entire body was yellow as he laid in front of them. What they saw wasn't an illusion. This was a real corpse. It was cold to the touch and the monk's robes were very old. A light touch would turn it into ashes. He's been dead for at least a few hundred years, a master said. There was a row of ancient words carved on the rock in front of him. It seemed like the last words. The brush was hastily put down and it was written in ancient Sanskrit. Shimodi read it carefully and said the gist of it. This was a senior monk who wholeheartedly followed the Buddha, yet he couldn't see the spiritual mountain. Before he passed away, wisdom appeared in his heart. He walked a bitter path to find this place and saw the ancient path. However, his lifespan also dried up. They didn't delay and continued on their way. Yi Fan supported the small stone Buddha and continuously chanted incantations. The ancient path extended, passing through huge mountains that couldn't even be seen in the mortal world. A dilapidated palace hall. Not long after, they saw an ancient temple. It wasn't very big and only had a stone hall. An old monk passed away in a sitting posture. He also left behind his last words. The spiritual mountain path ended here. The road ahead was boundless and there was no longer any hope. This was a great divine being. Even his skin was faintly golden. He almost became an arhat. A few masters put their palms together and chanted Sakyamuni Buddha. Yi Fan stopped. The ancient path ahead was getting more and more serene. It seemed like it was endless and he didn't know where it led to. Was this still Earth? He pondered in his heart. The vast and boundless Buddhist nature surged. Was the spiritual mountain comparable to Mount Meru really in front of him? He didn't know if he could enter the ancient Taoist rite. Chapter 947. A wave of desolate aura rushed over from the ancient mountain. Yi Fan and the others felt as if they had returned to the ancient era, returning to the uncivilized land. In the distance, there were mountains tens of thousands of zhang tall. They stood majestically with old trees that covered the sun. There were some unknown creatures. When they got closer, the cries of eagles filled the sky and beasts roared across the rivers and mountains. It was like thunder, rumbling and terrifying. They didn't know where they were. When they looked around, it was a completely new environment. It was as if they had left Earth and entered a primordial great world. Where exactly have we come to? The ancient Sanskrit authority was a bit short of breath. He still couldn't be considered a cultivator and hadn't even truly activated his sea of suffering. He was only a bit stronger than ordinary people and felt anxious. We are most likely close to the spiritual mountain. Perhaps we can see the ancient bodhisattvas and the victorious Buddhas, a master said. An ancient path was beneath their feet. This was the only thing that made them feel at ease. Every once in a while, they would see some Buddhist traces along the way. There were even some ancient Sanskrit characters that were carved by those with great magical power. They released brilliance and condensed the rhythm of the Tao. When one calmed down and studied them, they could understand the Tao laws within. Yi Fan was very calm and didn't express anything. However, the masters were different. They were all incomparably excited and carefully observed, hoping to comprehend the Buddhist laws. In order to advance faster, they wanted to use magical techniques to speed up the process. However, they discovered that this wasn't right. The ancient path became indistinct and was about to disappear. In order to find the spiritual mountain, one must worship it with a devout heart. Otherwise, one will never be able to approach it. We can only advance step by step, Sita T said. He chanted Buddhist names and asked for the Buddha's forgiveness. Yi Fan frowned. Could it be that there really were ancient Buddhas and bodhisattvas up ahead? Once they advanced on foot, the ancient path appeared on its own. It was extremely strange. This is the work of a great technique. It is vast and unfathomable. The spiritual mountain really is an extraordinary place. In the end, after walking for a long time, he discovered some clues. There were mysterious Tao patterns and laws circulating. After advancing for over 100 li, a dilapidated land appeared in front of them. Beside the ancient path was an expanse of ruins. Waves of crying and wailing could be heard, giving people goosebumps. It was extremely terrifying. The temple had become a desolate place with broken walls and overgrown weeds. The Buddha nature of this place had been completely lost, and there were only waves of yin qi blowing over. His cries didn't stop, and he rapidly approached like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he pounced over like a malicious spirit demanding his life. However, the small stone Buddha in Yi Fan's hand was emitting Buddha's light, so the evil shadow didn't dare to get too close. It flashed left and right, appearing and disappearing in the wilderness at an incredible speed. The expressions of Siddhartha, the two old monks, and the four gurus changed. This speed was much faster than theirs and was not something they could fight against. Fortunately, they saw that Yi Fan's expression did not change and was calm. Only then did they feel relieved. Wow! A loud cry that sounded like a baby's cry exploded in their ears. A gray figure finally appeared. It was an old monk wearing a gray monk robe. His body was tall and sturdy and was surrounded by black gas. His face was fierce and his eyes were scarlet red. Moreover, there were some fine scales on his face that were as red as blood. They spread to his neck, arms, and other parts of his body. He was somewhat fierce and did not look like a human. Master, why are you in such an evil state? The authority of ancient Sanskrit asked. He had not truly stepped into the world of cultivation and could not see the depth of this person. This person's Buddha nature has disappeared and he has long lost his true self. Now, only an evil thought is supporting his body, or perhaps he is already dead, an old monk said. What a pity. This person's realm is far higher than ours. Why is he lost here? A guru was bewildered. Are you also looking for Spirited Mountain? I hate. The old monk with scarlet red eyes was awe-inspiring. Black gas curled around him, making him look like a malicious spirit. He said in a mournful voice, "You wholeheartedly seek Buddhism, but you can't see Spirited Mountain. You have searched for it 9 times out of 10, but in the end, there is no result. What is the point of worshipping Buddha?" Everyone immediately understood. He carried endless resentment, which was why he had such a demonic body. It was pitiful and lamentable. He had already abandoned Buddhism. Even Buddha is dead. What are you all still searching for? It's an illusory spirited mountain. So what if you go up? I will enlighten you all. The gray-clothed old monk was dripping tears of blood. He shouted loudly as he rushed over. Everyone sighed inwardly. This person worshipped Buddha his entire life, yet in the end, it was all for naught. He died on the path of seeking Buddha, and only then did he turn into endless resentment. When he raised his hand, an alms bowl appeared. It was as if a purple gold dome of heaven was pressing down, illuminating everyone below. Astral radiance burst forth, and apart from the ancient path beneath their feet, the great earth in all directions quickly collapsed. Chilly winds roared angrily, and great trees were uprooted. The expressions of several gurus changed. This type of power far surpassed theirs, and they could not block it at all. If Yi Fan was not here, they believed that this attack would definitely turn everyone into ashes. Ding! Yi Fan raised his hand and pointed out. A golden finger stopped the alms bowl, easily penetrating it and shattering it. An expanse of fragmented light appeared in the sky. This demonized old monk cried out loudly as he flew out, smashing into an ancient temple. Ah! A mournful cry sounded. This old monk's face was sinister, fangs grew out of his mouth, and blood dripped from his eyes. He roared loudly as he rushed over again. Yi Fan raised his hand and pressed forward. It was as if a large golden millstone was pressing down, pressing him onto the ground and making him unable to move. This was the embodiment of a great divine ability. On the side, the gurus' faces were all filled with shock. In their eyes, this was a demonic figure that was difficult to enlighten, yet it was so easily suppressed. Yi Fan lightly sighed. He didn't crush him into pieces. From a certain perspective, this was a pitiful person. He believed in his entire life, yet in the end, it was all for naught. His body died, and his Tao disappeared. Only a mouthful of resentment remained. Please allow us to send him off. Shimodi couldn't bear it anymore. He walked forward and clasped his hands together in greeting. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything else. The gurus walked forward and all of them sat cross-legged beside the demonic monk. They chanted scriptures, wanting to dispel all the resentment and send him to the afterlife. Namo Amitabhaya, Doda Jia Duo Di Ta, Amida Papai. Not long after, the old monk who was pressed down by Yi Fan's large golden palm was completely dispelled. The blood-colored scales on his body also disappeared, and the expression on his face gradually became peaceful. Finally, Yi Fan raised his hand. This old monk turned into a ray of holy light and sat up. He chanted Namo Amitba, turned into a rain of light, and disappeared, dispersing all the resentment. We cultivators worship Buddha too much, and our obsession is too deep. We can't see the true Buddha, which is why we ended up like this. It's not his fault. One of the guru clasped his hands together and chanted scriptures. They continued on their way. This ancient path to Spirited Mountain was filled with dried up bones. Along the way, they found no less than 100 corpses. There was nothing else. They were all senior monks. This made people sigh. Only those who worshipped Buddha could find this place, but they could only die halfway. They couldn't get close to Spirited Mountain. It was really sad. Suddenly, the ancient path was cut off. A pitch-black abyss lay in front of them, blocking their way. The path to Spirited Mountain was still faintly visible on the other side. Is this a test? Yi Fan asked. No. This is because the secret words we received from our ancestors weren't complete. That's why the path was cut off. Now, it seems like we can only rely on ourselves to cross over and connect the broken path, an old monk said. During this process, Yifan kept chanting incantations and used his own mana to support the small stone Buddha. Only then could the ancient path not extend forward. At this moment, it was finally blocked. Alright, let's cross over. Yifan wanted to enter the spirited mountain to take a look. Since the fluctuations were not inferior to Mount Meru, there must be a shocking ancient spirited mountain. Oh! Suddenly, a mournful cry rang out. This abyss was filled with black mist. There were ghosts crying, and there were all kinds of demons and ghosts struggling inside, wanting to rush out. This is the Chaos Demon Abyss. Before Buddha achieved the Tao, he suppressed and killed all kinds of demons. Many of them filled this abyss, Siddhartha said in surprise. This abyss couldn't be flown over. It was condensed with the killing intent of countless demons, turning it into a killing field. One could only rely on one's own body to cross over step by step. Is that so? I also want to see what the demons Buddha killed were like. Yifan said. His body released golden light, enveloping the few of them. He walked above the abyss, stepping on the evil spirits that rushed up one after another. Demons were dancing in disorder. Countless great demons and demons were formed from resentment. They rushed up into the sky. Although they no longer had the mana they had when they were alive, they were still incomparably terrifying. They rushed over while crying. Hong long long. Thunder and lightning rumbled outside Yifan's body. His gold saint domain spread out, and he was like a god traversing hell. He walked above, and in the process, he really saw a few powerful characters. Bang! A sect master level demon was turned into black light by his finger and turned into nothingness, frightening away a group of evil spirits. Then, when a huge white skeleton appeared, the entire Chaos Demon Abyss was thrown into chaos. A demon with a skeleton. Yifan's eyes lit up. This was too rare. He was extremely powerful, and the skeleton didn't shatter after taking a blow from him. He fought a great battle with him. He was as fast as lightning, leaping like a dragon, jumping like a tiger, leaping like a monkey and striking like a snake. He struck out a total of 18 times, and with a boom, that snow-white skeleton was shattered. At the side, a few Indian monks were all alarmed. After a long time, one of them said, "If I'm not wrong, this skeleton belongs to a guardian Vajra of our Buddhist sect. He fell into the demonic path, and his bones are immortal. How could he be shattered like this?" They couldn't understand. The guardian Vajra of Buddhism had an indestructible body, and even death couldn't injure it. Just how powerful was this young man in front of them? His corporeal body surpassed Buddha's. The Chaos Demon Abyss was really a dangerous place. Demons, devils, and ghosts would rush out from time to time. They were bound here and wanted to drag the living down with them. It was difficult for ordinary people to pass through. The few masters all knew that no matter how many people came, they would die. It was impossible to pass through. The evil spirits inside were all formed after the death of ancient divine beings. However, Yifan's battle strength was astonishing. Although he encountered a few fierce battles, he won all of them and killed his way through. The strength he displayed was close to that of a god in the eyes of these people. He kept suppressing all kinds of demons and was invincible. Not a single person could stop him. In the end, Yifan killed his way through the Chaos Demon Abyss and smoothly stepped onto the broken road. Boom! Waves surged into the sky, hitting high into the sky. It was a vast expanse. This was a vast and boundless ocean, blocking their way. The sound of waves was deafening, making people feel like they were in a dream. They didn't know how many miles they had walked, but they actually came to such a place. The ancient road was blocked, and in front of them was a boundless ocean. How is this possible? Have we walked out of the Tibetan area? The ancient Sanskrit monk was stunned. This is the Sea of Bitterness. If we want to get close to the spiritual mountain, we have to cross it. This might be the real earth. What we see on a daily basis might only be a part of it, an old monk said. The Sea of Bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore before it's too late. Do we still want to cross it? another old monk said. We won't turn back until we see the spiritual mountain, Yi Fan said softly. The few of them had seen his great divine ability. Hearing him speak like this, it naturally represented their unanimous decision to continue forward. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and pointed. A purple copper warship appeared in the void, allowing them to board it. It slowly rowed across the boundless sea of bitterness, advancing towards the shore. Boom! Raging waves beat against the shore and raging waves washed the sky. That black ocean was terrifying. Every time it surged, it seemed like the world was going to be turned upside down. There were actually living creatures in the sea, whistling over. They were shocked. After traveling for hundreds of miles, densely packed white bone claws stretched out from the sea. There were even terrifying demons rushing up to attack the warship in the sky. It was much more terrifying than the chaotic demonic abyss. There were unfathomable evil spirits inside, emitting a monstrous aura. Yi Fan took out a copper lamp. He had a human body and a ghost face as he hung on the bow of the ship. In an instant, the wind and waves calmed down. All the demons and ghosts disappeared, no longer stirring up trouble. This was the copper lamp he picked from the ancient Mars. It was left behind by the Gautama Buddha in order to suppress the vengeful spirits with great divine physiques. It was a strange secret treasure that burned the oil of ancient saints. Everyone was shocked. This sea of bitterness was definitely incomparably terrifying. If they traveled normally, perhaps even the golden Arhat would fall. They never thought that because of the existence of a copper lamp, everything would be smooth sailing. The black sea of bitterness surged, and there was no longer a trace of danger. However, they could feel that there were extremely terrifying demons swimming under the sea. They would peep above from time to time, but they didn't dare to approach. This copper lamp emitted a long green light, and its shape was vivid and lifelike. It had a human body close to the Tao, a sinister ghost face, and a tongue as the wick. The flame danced, and it actually burned out ancient talismans that surrounded the entire copper ship. Moreover, a skinny little old man appeared. He squatted at the bow of the ship and smiled strangely at them. It was indescribably evil, causing the Indian gurus to feel a burst of fear. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan saw him, so his expression didn't change. It had to be said that this copper lamp possessed divine might that could suppress all evil spirits. An entire 9 days passed, and not a single demon jumped out along the way. Even the entire sea of bitterness had calmed down, intimidated by it. 9 days later, they reached the other shore. When they looked forward again, a great mountain that was tens of thousands of zhang tall towered into the clouds. It was incomparably majestic. Spiritual mountain, we're about to reach the ancient spiritual mountain Tao, right? The old monks were all incomparably excited. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He felt a boundless, undulating fluctuation of Buddhist nature. He knew that they were truly approaching the legendary spiritual mountain. That's, a day later, they passed through one great mountain after another. Specks of light appeared in front of them, and the radiance of divinity pervaded the air. Yi Fan was also shocked. He cultivated the heavenly eye, so he could naturally see even further. He had long seen the miraculous scene on the horizon. Divine light danced in the air, turning into a sparkling and brilliant rain of light. And there was an ancient Bodhi tree. Its branches were like horned dragons, extending in all directions. Its leaves were verdant and glistening, and there were fluctuations of the great Tao. Under the ancient tree, there was a middle-aged man in his 30s sitting cross-legged. He was untainted by even a speck of dust, and his body was imprinted in the void, merging with the great Tao. It was as if he was sitting in 3 different spaces. Sakyamuni Buddha. After Samodhi and the others saw clearly, their heads immediately swelled and they almost exploded. They all knelt down at the first moment. Yi Fan was also shocked. This person's appearance was truly special. It was exactly the same as the Sakyamuni Buddha statue in the temple, and at this moment, it merged with the great Tao. Chapter 948. Sakyamuni at the end of the road. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Yi Fan was stunned. The old monks kowtowed with great sincerity. They chanted the name of Buddha and touched their heads to the ground. Sparkling flowers floated down one after another, producing rustling sounds. However, this only served to make the world even more tranquil. An ancient Bodhi tree was rooted there. An otherworldly man sat cross-legged under it, merging with all living things and coexisting with the great Tao. His eyes were closed as the sparkling flowers fell on his body. It was as if he hadn't moved for thousands of years. He was peaceful and transcendent. If a person was exactly the same as the Buddha in the temple, it would undoubtedly be an abnormal sign that would make people respect and fear him. Siddhartha and the others kowtowed with each step. They were extremely excited to see Sakyamuni. Even if he died immediately, they would have no other regrets. This was their life's greatest wish. They only wanted to see the true Buddha and kowtow to the Tathagata. On the ancient road to Spirited Mountain, their wish came true. They saw the Buddha with their own eyes. Quasi-Emperor Sakyamuni. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This was a character that only appeared in legends. Now that he had actually seen him, it was beyond his expectations. Sakyamuni was an ancient person from 2,500 years ago. He possessed great wisdom. He studied the Vedas and the teachings of the Brahmins. In the end, he unified Spirited Mountain and created Buddhism. He left behind an illustrious name in history and was famous throughout the world. The guru from India kowtowed with each step. He moved forward amidst the falling flowers while mumbling. He gradually arrived near the ancient Bodhi tree. Yi Fan also moved forward. He didn't kneel and only stared unblinkingly at the quasi-emperor under the tree. His extraordinary temperament made people follow him, as if he could transcend all the worries of the world. Dong, in the distant mountains, the Brahma bell rang out from tens of hundreds of miles away. It was so deafening that it made people feel like they were being baptized and enlightened. Deep in the mountains, the ancient temple bell, the Buddha under the Bodhi tree. All of this was like a dream. There wasn't a speck of dust here. Sakyamuni didn't move and didn't speak, but his dharma spread throughout the world. You came too late. Spirited Mountain has already closed. Only when the seas dry up can it reappear in this world. A wave passed over. The figure under the Bodhi tree with his eyes closed spoke softly as if he was talking to them across time and space. Buddha. Siddhartha and the others cheered loudly, continuously kowtowing. They heard the true Buddha talking to them and were extremely excited. Why are we late? We came here with the sacred object to open the ancient path of Spirited Mountain. Yi Fan stood not far from the Bodhi tree and asked for guidance. Spirited Mountain has already withered, it is difficult for it to appear in the mortal world. Although there is a sacred object, there is no secret language, so we cannot open a path. Shakyamuni didn't move. It was as if he was sitting cross-legged in ancient times, but it was also as if he was preaching the Tao from the future. Strands of great Tao's sacred ripples seeped out, forming a divine wool that made him seem extraordinary. Yi Fan was endlessly bewildered. Was this really the Sakyamuni? Didn't he already cross the heavens and enter the depths of the starry sky? How could he possibly see him here? Back then, he had seen the back of great Emperor Wu Shi in the Purple Mountain. At first, he thought it was real, but then he realized that it was just a shadow that had been imprinted tens of thousands of years ago. Could it be that what he saw was the same? However, why was he able to converse with them? Moreover, he was able to merge with the great Tao of heaven and earth. There was an otherworldly aura that could suppress endless ages flowing about. At the end of Spirited Mountain Road, repent and you will be saved. Under the ancient Bodhi tree, the otherworldly middle-aged man spoke softly. His eyes were still closed, and his expression was peaceful and tranquil. Every falling flower was sparkling, condensing the divine charm of the great Tao. Siddhartha and the others accepted the decree and retreated. However, Yi Fan didn't move because he saw the verdant ancient Bodhi tree petrified at this time. Even the man under the tree had become a statue. The falling flowers fell, turning into stone flowers when they landed on the ground. The fluctuations of life disappeared, and everything he saw turned into stone statues. This was different from before. This was the power of the Buddhist Dharma. Yi Fan understood. The Sakyamuni had walked down the ancient starry sky path, so it was impossible for him to still be on earth. All of this was formed by the great magical power of the past. Moreover, if it was truly a quasi-emperor, they might not be able to get so close to his physical body. The great Tao and all things merged together. What they saw was only the Dharma of the past, not the body of the present. This is. The old monks from India were all trembling. They thought of a legend. The Buddha had 10 great disciples. Before his true body left, the 10 worked together to create the Sakyamuni Buddha's body, which stood on Spirit Mountain Road. This was the work of the 10 great disciples of the Buddha. This incarnation of the Sakyamuni Buddha could display part of his divine abilities. What they saw just now couldn't be considered false. From this, they could also infer that the Spirit Mountain was close and not far ahead. However, Siddhartha and the others all stopped and were unwilling to take another step forward. They solemnly followed the Sakyamuni's decree and didn't dare to disobey it. The Spirit Mountain is in sight. Don't you want to go in? Even if you can't succeed, why don't you go closer and take a look? Yi Fan spoke. We have sinned. The masters all put their palms together and at the same time advised Yi Fan not to go any further and turn back. Yi Fan didn't pay any attention to them. He walked past the petrified Sakyamuni and the Sakyamuni Buddha and continued forward. The old monks were all stunned. They all stood on the spot and stared blankly. The ancient road meandered forward for another few li. Finally, it was completely cut off. In front of him, a vast mountain was faintly discernible. It was located at the end of the world. There wasn't any life there. There was only a wave of Buddha nature fluctuation like the sea. The entire mountain was devoid of life. Not even an auspicious beast or auspicious bird could be seen. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye but discovered that it was still blurry. The vast Spirit Mountain couldn't be seen clearly. He only knew that the mountain was serene and the ancient temple was silent. It was clearly already in front of him, only a few dozen li away. How could the Spirit Mountain be closed? He thought for a bit and walked forward with large steps. Even if there was no road, he still wanted to go forward and open up his own path. However, the moment he took the first step, he immediately saw the primal chaos surge. The Spirit Mountain became more and more indistinct. It was as if he heard the chanting of the ancient Buddhas. Yi Fan didn't stop and continued forward. However, there was a Buddhist lion's roar. It was as if an arhat was chanting an incantation. The evil subduing pestle in its hand pressed towards him. It was formed from Buddha light. He let out a light shout and opened up the golden sacred domain. Nothing could get close to him. With a loud rumble, the heavens seemed to collapse. The evil subduing pestle flew backwards as he took large steps forward. In the distance, Samoti and the others were dumbstruck. Was he going to fight against the Bodhisattvas and force his way into the Spirit Mountain? Hong. At this moment, there was chaos in front of him. The primal chaos raged and the Spirit Mountain was majestic. It was as if it was going to fall over and suffocate everyone. Ah! Yi Fan shouted and chanted the Buddhist mantra. At this moment, he suffered a great pressure. Even though he was a saint, he still felt as if his body was going to be crushed. This was the pressure of the Spirit Mountain. This was the fluctuation of the vast Buddhist power. It was the psyche power of who knew how many creatures had gathered here in the past. No one could resist it. The primal chaos mist-attacked. The Yiksha, Asura, Gandharv, Garuda and the other 8 tribes appeared. They were also formed from Buddhist divine light and pounced towards Yi Fan. Even the swastika sound didn't have that great of an effect. It only shattered a part of it. Yi Fan took a step back and endured the great pressure. He believed that if it was anyone else, they would have died a long time ago. Even his saint body wouldn't be able to hold on. The Spirit Mountain was worthy of being the most famous ancient Tao rite. It was inviolable and couldn't be approached. This place was protected by a world-shocking great formation. Moreover, there was a distance of over 100 li between them. If one really charged in, there would definitely be a disaster. Yi Fan looked at the little stone Buddha in his hand and frowned. Without the secret message, he couldn't enter with just this divine object. There must be something shocking left inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be protected like this. He knew that it was difficult to enter, but he wanted to get closer to see what exactly was going on with the spirit mountain and why it was like this. With a long roar, the golden holy blood in his body boiled. It was like a great river, rushing into every meridian and releasing waves of thunderous sounds. It shook the 9 heavens and resonated with the great Tao. Yi Fan's entire body shone. He used the travel formula and activated all kinds of phenomena. He directly killed his way over and finally got a bit closer. He vaguely glanced at the old monk sitting on the cliff and beside the Buddha platform. It was deathly quiet. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree. Everything was withered. The spirit spring and pond were all dried up. There wasn't the slightest bit of vitality. It was as if no one had stepped here since the ancient times. A withered spirit mountain. This was the truth. Ancient temples stood tall and there were many temples everywhere. However, there wasn't a single person, not a single bodhisattva, not a single ancient Buddha. No living creatures could be seen. It was completely silent. One could see Buddhist treasures and great artifacts covered in dust. There was no one alive. It was deathly quiet. The power of the mountain was boundless and immeasurable. It was even more terrifying than a true ancient star. Yi Fan couldn't get close and was forced back by the boundless fluctuations. A strand of golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He didn't force it and retreated. The spirit mountain was dried up. It had experienced great changes. No wonder it was closed. However, what he saw should only be the mountain gate. Everything in the depths of the spirit mountain was extremely dim. There was an ancient Bodhi tree that had all its leaves fallen off. However, Tao traces appeared, blocking the main spirit mountain. Moreover, right at this time, the entire great mountain became indistinct. The main body of the spirit mountain even more so disappeared. This type of scene was irreversible. It was useless even if Yi Fan used magical force to support the little stone Buddha in his hand. Hong. In the end, a boundless fluctuation rushed over. He was blasted out more than 10 li. Everything disappeared. The blue dome of heaven was like a piece of blue crystal. A few white clouds floated past, making people feel that they were so close to the sky. It was as if they could touch it by jumping up. The air was abnormally fresh. Yi Fan was stunned. He stood in the Tibetan region. The tens of thousands of Zhang tall mountains, the vast and unfathomable spirit mountain, and the mysterious ancient path had all turned into smoke and clouds. He couldn't see any of them again. Several li away, a group of Indian monks were also astonished. They didn't know why they had suddenly arrived in a familiar place. The ancient path had disappeared. Yi Fan flew through the air and arrived in front of them. He then scanned the surroundings. Tibet was very high above sea level. There were also great mountains, but they couldn't be compared to those from before. Where exactly is it hidden? Are the ancient path and the spirit mountain in the Tibetan region? This was the common question in everyone's heart. Yi Fan told them to wait here. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flew in the sky. He released his powerful divine sense and scanned every inch of the land. He was seriously searching, but in the end, he still couldn't find anything. In the end, he flew for thousands of li and landed on a majestic mountain range. He felt a sense of vicissitudes, but he couldn't see a trace of magic. This was the majestic Kunlun that traversed across the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Yi Fan had a big headache. Spirit Mountain was already mysterious enough. He didn't know where it was hidden, but Kunlun must be even more extraordinary. It was the first mountain in China's ancient mythology. It was the ancestor of all lineages. All the legends about immortals were related to it. Not long after, Yi Fan returned to Bi City. The other group of people returned to India. Before they parted, the masters promised him that they would ask others about the secret language of Spirit Mountain. Regardless of whether they gained anything or not, they would visit him again and ask for his guidance. As soon as Yi Fan returned, he felt that something was wrong. The lawn outside the old villa was full of potholes as if it had been struck by lightning. It was destroyed beyond recognition. This old villa didn't change much because he had carved a few simple formations. Even if it was hit, it wouldn't be damaged. Its surroundings were a mess. It was obvious that someone had fought here. Komatsu. Yi Fan was shocked. He entered the room in a flash, but it was cold and desolate. There was nothing there. Where did the little purple thing go? His heart suddenly turned cold. He searched the surroundings and released a powerful divine sense to call out, Komatsu. In the distance, next to a trash can, a dirty little thing timidly poked its head out. It turned into a purple light and pounced towards him. In an instant, it hung on his body, its body trembling. You. What happened? Yi Fan's heart was far from as calm as his words. He brought it home and placed it on the sofa. Komatsu's leg was injured. It was limping and had been frightened. However, it pretended to be relaxed. In order to make Yi Fan smile, it did a somersault to please him. It trembled in pain, but it was smiling innocently. Yi Fan felt a pang of pain when he saw it. Who hurt the little purple thing? A murderous intent arose in his heart. Chapter 949. The little purple creature smiled foolishly with an expression of nonchalance. It lifted its injured leg and pretended to stretch in a relaxed manner, telling Yi Fan that it was fine and not a big deal. However, it was actually trembling in pain. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped it and stopped it from moving again. The little fellow's injuries were obviously not light, but it still had an innocent expression on its face. Fawning over him like this made one's heart ache even more. Who injured you to this state? Who else came here? He asked softly. His expression was gentle, but his heart was surging with rage. Its entire body was filthy. It was unknown how many days it had been wandering outside. Its originally purple satin-like fur had become dim. It was obvious that it had experienced a frightening experience. Otherwise, it wouldn't have rushed over and trembled slightly upon seeing him. Its injured leg had been cut by a sharp weapon. If it wasn't for this little creature's profound cultivation, it would have been broken long ago. Its attacks could be said to be ruthless and ruthless. Yi Fan carefully treated its wound. There were actually strands of black light flowing within. It possessed corrosive properties. No wonder it hadn't recovered after such a long time. He used magic power to dissolve the black light while taking out a bottle of divine spring he brought out from the life-forbidden zone. He used this to clean its wound and then carefully bandaged it. During this process, the Komatsu trembled unceasingly in pain. However, it didn't struggle or make a sound. It silently endured and tried its best to act as if nothing was wrong to make others feel pity. With Yi Fan personally taking action, this kind of injury was naturally nothing. The divine spring from the ancient forbidden zone possessed a powerful vitality. Not long after, its leg began to recover. The little fellow blinked its large eyes and lowered its head to look at its injured leg. Its face was full of astonishment. It had been in pain for so many days, but now, it was rapidly recovering. It immediately became incomparably happy and forgot all the injuries it had suffered. Yi Fan asked it seriously. Naturally, he couldn't just let it go like this. There was actually someone who wanted to kill the Komatsu. If he didn't retaliate, it wouldn't be his style. In the past, the corpses of many great enemies in the northern Dipper Star region were laid at his feet. He made a name for himself and built his path with blood and bones. Now that he had returned to the age of chaos, how could he endure being bullied and humiliated? The Komatsu was very weak and kind as it recounted the events of that day. Yi Fan had been gone for half a month. During this time, someone had found this place. The little purple thing was very afraid of strangers. It hid in the room and did not go out. This was also what Yi Fan had told it before he left, telling it not to run around. The person who came was a demonic youth with cultivation. He seemed to be injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Komatsu was very pure and kind. It bit out a small piece of the scarlet moon fruit that Yifan gave it and brought it to that person. It didn't think that it would almost be killed. That person spat out a divine all and injured the little purple fellow's leg. Then, lightning struck down and blocked its way back into the room. Komatsu's fear of thunder and lightning was almost innate. In the past, its mother had been injured to protect it, and when she died, it happened to be struck by lightning and thunder. Once, it was almost struck to death on a stone mountain. Therefore, when it was ambushed by the strange young man, it almost suffered a great calamity. In its panic, it didn't know which way to go and left this place. It waited for many days, hiding beside the underground sewers and trash cans in fear, until Yifan returned. After learning of all this, Yifan did not say much. He gently rubbed its head. This little thing was as pure as a piece of white paper. In the past, it only had a small stone Buddha as its companion. It breathed under the bright moon alone and had never come into contact with humans. After it was led out of Tibet by Yifan, it had always thought that everyone was like it. It didn't know the sinister nature of the human heart and looked at everyone with its kind heart. Even at this time, the little thing was still confused. It asked Yifan in confusion, "Why did that person treat it like that? What did it do wrong?" "You didn't do anything wrong. The only thing wrong is that the human heart is too complicated. You will slowly understand in the future." "Oh." The little purple thing made an "oh" sound and blinked its large eyes. Its heart was still full of confusion and confusion. Yifan decided that in the future, he would bring it along to experience some things. Only then would it understand. Komatsu washed itself and drank some divine spring water. It finally recovered and became lively and quick-witted again. It peeled a plate of pine nuts and carefully handed it to Yifan. Yifan accepted it with a smile and handed it a jade snake orchid. Its essence energy overflowed and its fragrance filled the air. That day, when he and Pang Bo left, they spent a great deal of origin energy to purchase many spirit medicines. The little purple thing's large eyes lit up. It was incomparably happy to be held in his arms. All of a sudden, it forgot all the pain it had suffered and laughed without a care in the world. It was very easily satisfied. Yifan didn't need to think to guess that it was most likely related to the holy jade bottle in the auction. Only it could attract a cultivator. As expected, there was soon a clue. It was a strange young man who had won 3 auctions in the past. The auction house had detailed information about him. After Yifan showed the photo to Komatsu, it was confirmed that he was the culprit. "You've already left B City, it's useless even if you run to the ends of the earth," Yifan softly said to himself. One day, he traveled south and arrived at Jiangxi's Zhejiang. This was a villa district not far from Mount Lu. The mountains and rivers were interconnected and the scenery was beautiful. It could be said that ordinary people couldn't afford this kind of price. Any one of them would be astronomical. Yifan stood in the distance and revealed a strange expression. Not only was he a cultivator, but he also learned Genesis arts and was very familiar with the movement of mountains, rivers, and earth veins. There was a faintly discernible draconic aura in this place. It had drawn a wisp of essence energy from the rising purple dragon vein in the distant Mount Lu. It was too crucial in the end of days as it could help cultivation. Moreover, after a careful look, he discovered something strange. This villa district was built with a mysterious principle. If he guessed correctly, this area should belong to a clan. Perhaps to outsiders, the head of the household was independent and had a different surname, so nothing could be seen. However, he believed that this should be a clan that lived in seclusion here. The layout was very particular. "There's a very faint wisp of demonic aura." Yifan muttered to himself and then walked in with large strides. Komatsu tilted its head and curiously sized up the villa district. It only felt that the scenery here was very beautiful. There were mountains on one side and rivers on the other. There was also the essence of heaven and earth that could be breathed in and out. Yifan disappeared with a step and came to the depths of the villa district. He stopped in front of the villa with the thickest demonic aura in the center. This place had the best view and the purple dragon underground was the thickest. "The owner of this place, come out and meet me." His words immediately alarmed the villa district. With his powerful divine sense, he could naturally clearly sense that there were at least 10 pairs of eyes sweeping over and spying on him in the dark. And someone immediately walked out from the villa in the center. It was an old man with a face as rosy as a baby's. His hair was like snow and his complexion was very good. He was full of energy. Yi Fan's expression didn't change. This was definitely a person with cultivation. His cultivation was at the third small realm of the first secret realm, the Sea of Reincarnation, Divine Bridge. "Little brother, is there anything I can help you with?" he asked with a smile. "You and I are both cultivators. There's no need to hide anything. Since I was able to find this place, all lies are useless," Yi Fan said. The old man's expression immediately became solemn. He gestured for Yi Fan to enter the house and talk. He also seriously looked at the purple Komatsu mouse on Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he walked in. Through this corner of the place, he understood where those with cultivation were. This place was close to Mount Lu, which made cultivation a possibility. His heavens, I could directly see the source of this old man. There were a few wisps of demonic blood flowing in his body. It wasn't very pure. This bloodline was a descendant of the primordial demon race. After entering the hall, the old man invited Yi Fan to sit down and had someone serve tea. His tone was very polite as he asked him why he was here. "I think you should know why I'm here." "Let that young man come out." "There's nothing more to say," Yi Fan said indifferently as he sipped his tea. "Taoist friend, please calm down." The old man saw that Yi Fan had come with ill intentions and was so forceful, so he hurriedly put on a flattering smile. He said that the young man was his good-for-nothing grandson who did something reckless and caused such a disaster. He already knew his mistake and was willing to compensate. He asked Yi Fan to be magnanimous. What a nice way of putting it. Reckless? For no reason at all, he suddenly attacked and wanted to take Komatsu's life. What's the use of keeping someone with such a temperament? "Let him come out and meet me," Yi Fan said with a solemn expression. Komatsu was very curious. He jumped around the house with an innocent expression and couldn't stop looking at the antiques. The old man immediately revealed a troubled expression and said, "I hope Taoist friend will forgive us. We were in the wrong, but please be magnanimous and forgive us. Can we let this go? I only want to ask one more time. Are you going to let him out or not? Are you waiting for me to do it myself?" Yi Fan took a small sip of fragrant tea and put down the teacup with a cold expression. That grandson of mine saw a spirit beast and was naturally curious, so he tried to subdue it. But he didn't hurt anyone. That's just a beast pet. Taoist friend, you're making a big deal out of nothing. The old man was also a bit displeased. Are you talking about Komatsu? In my opinion, many people aren't as humane as him. I'm a bit curious. What did your grandson use to hurt Komatsu? You know him so well. He's not qualified yet, Yi Fan said coldly. You are being too overbearing. The old man's expression sunk. Then, with a schwa sound, he revealed a divine awl. It shone with an eerie light and carried traces of time. A sect master level magical treasure. Yi Fan was astonished. It was truly rare to see such a powerful weapon in this cultivationless age. Soon after, he understood that during the ancient times, there were many sects on earth and experts were as common as clouds. Naturally, there were many powerful beings, so it wasn't a big deal to have weapons left behind by them. "This is the weapon," said the old man. It was clear that he didn't display this weapon without the intention of intimidating others. After Komatsu saw this flickering divine awl, its body immediately trembled. It clearly remembered its encounter that day. Yi Fan gently rubbed its head and said, "I'll refine it into a small knife for you to trim your nails in the future." The old man's expression immediately changed. He said, "Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. you're too presumptuous." At the same time, the door was pushed open and another old man walked out. It was a cultivator from the Holy Palace's secret realm. He said coldly, "You should know that in this world, there are some people you can't afford to offend. My clan has existed since the ancient times and has never fallen. Who dares to be presumptuous here? So, you guys are considered immortal inheritances from ancient times?" Yi Fan laughed. "Ah, how many years has it been? No one has dared to come here and cause trouble. Young man, you're too young and too ignorant. Have you not heard of Zhejiang? It's not a place you can provoke." The old man who came out later shook his head. At the same time, a young man walked out. It was the bewitching young man Yi Fan was looking for. He sat down casually to the side. Komatsu's body suddenly trembled. The last time it was injured, it clearly remembered. It was kind enough to take out a spiritual medicine to save someone, but it was almost killed. It still didn't know what it did wrong. Yi Fan pointed with his finger and the young man was immediately fixed to the wall. Yi Fan waved his hand in the air and 5 finger marks appeared on the young man's face. There was a crisp sound. You've gone too far. How dare you behave atrociously in Zhejiang?" The 2 old men's expressions changed. "Is that so? I just don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I just wanted to provoke you. Let's see what you can do. If you anger me, I'll turn Zhejiang upside down. You can't leave today. You'll regret it." The 2 old men shouted and rushed outside, asking their disciples to invite people. They had obviously realized that Yi Fan was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 950. A group of people rushed into the hall and surrounded Yi Fan from different directions. They were all wearing iron robes that flickered with a cold metallic luster. They held all kinds of sharp weapons in their hands and emitted divine radiance. In this day and age, if people saw such attire, they would definitely be shocked. All of this was too primitive and incompatible with the present. Yi Fan didn't get up. He still sat there and looked at them calmly. Although the armor on these people was shiny, there were traces of time. They had been through many generations. Back then, the ancient demons that could roar through the world and capture the stars and moon had either passed away or left this world. However, they had left many ancient weapons for their descendants. This was a shocking treasure. "You almost killed Komatsu. Do you want to attack me now?" Yi Fan asked calmly. "Have you forgotten what this place is? Zhejiang is not a place that anyone can barge in and do as they please," the elder of the divine bridge realm said coldly as he held the glowing divine awl. He waved his hand lightly, and a dozen people in armor shook their weapons. Ripples rushed out of the ancient weapons and spewed out sword chi, slashing towards Yi Fan. They laid out a matrix. These ancient weapons were all ritual implements. They weren't that shocking, but when used together, they were very useful and could kill extremely powerful opponents. The strongest among these people was the elder of the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm. They naturally couldn't create such a matrix. All of these were left behind by their ancestors. The sword energy was sharp, cutting through the void, interweaving into a blinding formation, trapping Yi Fan within. The sword radiance hacked over, but it was shattered by a flick of his finger. "What ritual implement do you have?" The elder of the divine bridge realm was shocked and couldn't help but fall back. In this day and age, he didn't believe that someone could shatter such a powerful matrix with one finger. With a flick of Yi Fan's finger, golden blood energy turned into golden divine radiance. It was as if he was holding an ancient divine artifact, inadvertently misleading them. It was because in these people's eyes, it was almost impossible for this type of great divine ability expert to exist in this world, or it could be said that even if there was, he wouldn't come to their family. As expected of an ancient lineage. Such a temper. "Do you want to kill me too?" Yi Fan raised his hand and summoned the young man pinned to the wall. "Brother, let's talk. We had a misunderstanding before, and I am willing to make it up to you." He had been careless and didn't care at all. He thought that the other couldn't do anything in his clan, but now he was scared. Komatsu saved you out of kindness, and you want to kill him? Are you heartless? Yifan's palm slapped down, causing all the bones in his body to creak and crack, instantly breaking dozens of them. Of course, he did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the attack of the human clan's sacred physique could even turn a sect leader into meat paste, let alone him. Ah! The bewitching young man screamed in pain and rolled around on the ground. Yifan was surprised. There was purple blood in this person's body, and his demonic aura was very strong. Although he wasn't old, he was already in the life spring realm, which was considered extraordinary on Earth. It was no wonder that the clan protected him and gave him the sect master level divine cone nail to protect him. In this day and age, such talent was rare, and it was worth spending energy to cultivate him. Brother, please stop. Everything can be discussed. The elder from the holy palace stepped forward and looked worried. He still couldn't see what the golden ritual implement in Yifan's palm was. Just now, they laid a matrix and trapped Yifan in the center, thinking that they could kill him. They didn't expect it to be useless, and the young man was trapped through the matrix. What else is there to say? Zhejiang is the place of your clan. Not everyone can behave atrociously here. I've offended you all, Yifan said coldly. He was merciless. One finger landed, and the young man's sea of reincarnation was cleanly dissolved. Another finger landed, and the young man's celestial platform crumbled. He could no longer cultivate. Yifan destroyed the young man's cultivation with 2 fingers, making it impossible for him to cultivate in this life. Then, he thought about it and waved his hand. The purple demonic blood in the young man's body was extracted and refined on the spot. You've gone too far. The elder of the celestial bridge realm was furious. A good seedling of the clan was destroyed on the spot. This wasn't just a slap to his face, it was a slap to the entire clan. I've gone too far? You almost killed Komatsu. I'm here to ask for an explanation. You want to kill me too? You really have the power to rule the world. Yifan threw the young man over. Grandpa, help me kill him. My life is over. I want to grind his bones to dust, the demonic young man shouted. His eyes were filled with hatred as he cursed. Seeing this, Yifan laughed and raised his finger. With a light poof, a golden light pierced through his forehead. A stream of blood flowed out, and his ferocious expression completely froze. I took away your cultivation that brought disaster to the world. I originally wanted to let you live, but you don't know how to repent. With such a personality, I can't let you live. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed. At that moment, they all retreated, especially the elder of the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm. He felt that things were not going well. Why did this young man look so much like the legendary divine arts cultivators? No matter who you are, you have to die today. You won't be able to leave Zhejiang. How many years has it been since someone dared to provoke us, the dragon sparrow bloodline? The elder of the celestial bridge realm shouted. The one who died was his grandson, who had been spoiled by him since he was young. This was an outcome that he could not accept. The group of people left the hall, and he gave the order coldly. Yifan did not want to waste time. He waved his hand in the air, and before he could finish giving the order, his spiritual soul was captured and burned to ashes. His intact body fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone gasped and was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, they finally understood that they had most likely kicked a metal plate. They might have provoked a living ancestor. Which arrogant brat has come to our clan to act so atrociously? An old woman holding a dragon sparrow staff appeared. Her hair was snow white, and each strand was sparkling. Her face was pale with a hint of red. No one knew how old she was. Ancestor. A group of people hurried to greet her, especially the elder of the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm. He walked up quickly and said softly, Ancestor, things are not looking good. This person might have great ancient powers. Yifan sat in the hall and did not go out. After seeing the old woman, he was a little surprised. Her cultivation level was at the 3rd secret realm, for extremities. He was truly a little surprised. Was there still someone who could cultivate to such a level in this era? The dragon sparrow race has stood strong since ancient times. No one has ever dared to come to Zhejiang and humiliate us. I don't care which god you are today. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. The old woman waved her staff, and a wave of auspicious air rose in the hall. A bone-piercing light shone, and an extremely powerful spell formation appeared, trying to refine Yifan. The layout of the hall was very particular. Yifan noticed it when he came in. The floor was covered with demon bloodstones, and the marks of time were engraved on them. This was an ancient spell formation that had been moved here. The house was built on it, and any cultivator from the dragon transformation's secret realm who entered by mistake would be refined. When the dragon sparrow race lured him into this hall, they had already schemed against him. Once they had a falling out, they would definitely use the ancient spell formation to refine him to death. Unfortunately, they had encountered a human with a holy physique from the Big Dipper. They had no idea how terrifying his cultivation and physical body were. Not to mention this kind of killing spell, no matter how powerful it would be useless. Flames burned and brilliant light danced. Dragon sparrows cried out as they were bathed in the fire, drowning Yifan. Komatsu was very afraid and grabbed onto the corner of Yifan's clothes. Yifan was surrounded by divine light, but he did not care at all. He paced around the hall and knocked around, trying to figure out which era this ancient spell formation was from. The people on the lawn were dumbfounded. He's a powerful being. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. What era is this? How could there still be such a powerful person? Didn't they all turn into ashes or leave? They were incomparably shocked. It's over. This is truly a great calamity. We actually provoked this kind of ancestor. He must be someone who survived from the ancient era. Everyone's faces were deathly pale. Yifan flicked his finger, and the spell formation was completely destroyed. He calmly walked out without a speck of dust on his body. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Everyone was trembling. Such a powerful character, to the cultivators of the current era, could almost be called a deity. There weren't many of them in the entire world. Yifan walked forward, and these people continuously retreated. It was useless to say anything now. Their cultivation was nothing compared to the person in front of them. Isn't your race a bit too arrogant? In this era, you still want to treat Zhejiang as your territory? How can the common people of Zhejiang endure this? Yifan waved his hand, and a clear light fell, stripping away the old woman's cultivation. Her face instantly lost all color. You don't know what's right or wrong, and you want to kill me right away. You should just give up your power and become immortal. This was the strongest ancestor in their race. With just a wave of his hand, he had his cultivation stripped away and reduced to a mortal body. Everyone was terrified and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The old man from the Holy Ji Palace trembled. He bowed and said, "Senior, please forgive us for our ignorance." Yifan looked at him. It was this person who first shouted that Zhejiang wasn't a place anyone could come to. He said that he didn't know how high the sky was and that he wouldn't be able to leave this place. Since you reacted quickly, I'll take away 100 years of your cultivation. A light flashed, and the old man's body swayed. He almost fell to the ground. His expression changed. 100 years of cultivation was taken away. What would be left? I didn't want to start a massacre today. If you had handed over the culprit earlier, we could have talked things out and this wouldn't have happened, Yifan said. These people trembled, and no one dared to speak. Such an existence was enough to dominate the world, and it would be difficult to find anyone who could fight against him. It wasn't that Yifan didn't want to go too far, so he didn't make things difficult for the others. He used his finger like a knife and cut open the grass. An underground palace appeared below. Purple chi from Mount Lu surged and entered the underground palace. There was an ancient matrix platform in the center. It had lines of patterns carved on it, and it could turn the spiritual chi of the earth into mist, gathering it within a radius of 10 feet. No wonder there are cultivators of the four extreme secret realms. Yi Fan nodded. The secret was here. This ancient matrix platform could transform the essence of heaven and earth, allowing the race to cultivate for a long time. Yi Fan thoroughly understood the identity of this race. Their ancestor was a dragon sparrow, established during the Great Xia dynasty. These people had the blood of a demon god flowing in their bodies. Great Xia dragon sparrow. He felt that something was strange. He thought of the legendary Great Xia dragon sparrow blade. Could it be related to this race? Moreover, after asking in detail, he found out that this race was only one of the four major branches, and not the main bloodline of the dragon sparrow. As for where the Great Xia dragon sparrow demon god was, they didn't know. What realm is the cultivation of the demon god dragon sparrow? Yi Fan asked about the cultivation of their ancestor. He was already the great sage during the ancient times, the crippled old woman replied. It was actually so powerful. This shocked Yi Fan. It seemed that the main bloodline established by the great sage of the demon race was definitely extraordinary. It was worth searching for and making a trip. Where did he go in the end? Yi Fan asked again. Back then, the ancestor fought with Guhong. When Yi Fan heard this, he was truly shocked. Guhong was one of the most outstanding figures in the history of Taoism. He was the leader of Taoism during the Eastern Jin dynasty, and he wrote the book Biopuzi. The Biopuzi that fell into the hands of mortals mentioned the 9 secrets of Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe. He told the people that if they constantly recited these 9 words, they would be able to expel all evil. Chapter 951. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, all advance in groups. All the 9 characters should always be given secret blessings. There is nothing they cannot avoid. To be free from trouble, this is what it means. This passage was recorded in Biopuzi, written by Guhong, the leader of Taoism in the East Jin dynasty. He mentioned the 9 secrets in it, but he did not explain their true meaning. He only told people to recite them to avoid evil. In this day and age, most people did not know about the 9 secrets. They thought it was passed down from Japan. They did not know that it originated from China, and Dongmi made a mistake when copying it. He wrote Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Zai, and Qian. The 9 secrets could be found in the ancient book Biopuzi in China. However, many people mistook the 9 characters as true words, which made people feel speechless. Recently, Yi Fan had visited many cultural relics that were not open to the public. He had read many unique books, hoping to find the secret cultivation manual of the Embracing Simplicity, but he was disappointed. All he had seen were the ones that had been circulated in the mortal world. From the records in Biopuzi, the 9 secrets had existed since ancient times and were not created by Guhong. Unfortunately, he did not understand them in detail, so he did not know their true meaning. Any cultivator who knew about ancient times knew that the 9 characters had a great origin. Few people knew their true meaning, so it was impossible for Guhong to say it in Biopuzi. As a great sage, the Xia dragonfinch could look down on the entire ancient planet. He was still alive in the East Jin dynasty, but he had an earth-shattering battle with Guhong and disappeared. Although these people were the descendants of the Xia dragonfinch, they did not know the result of the battle. They only had 2 guesses. One was that their ancestor was sealed, and the other was that he went to the outer region. Guhong could be said to be a genius of his generation in the history of Taoism, a revered little immortal. Since ancient times, how many people could be associated with the word immortal? It was enough to show how amazing he was. His grandfather was a famous Taoist cultivator named Guxian. He was the one who led Guhong onto the path of Taoism, and from then on, Guhong shone brightly in Taoism. In his later years, Guhong lived in seclusion at Mount Luofu. Many people went to search for him but found nothing. His amazing qi cultivation method was never passed down to the world. Yi Fan did not make things difficult for the dragonfinches. He asked many questions and learned many secrets before leaving. He followed the earth vein and entered Mount Lu. From his point of view, the great Xia dragon sparrow's seclusion in Zhejiang was just a stream of dragon aura from the purple dragon vein. There must be an even more terrifying clan on Mount Lu. However, as soon as he arrived, he frowned. The purple dragon had withered and did not have much purple chi. It would die in 100 years. If the world were to continue like this, sooner or later, Earth would become a lawless place. It would become a withered star, and no one would be able to cultivate anymore. Many people came to know Mount Lu from Li Bai's poem. The silver waterfall cascaded down like the Milky Way, hanging in the 9 heavens. It was a spectacular sight. Many people knew Mount Lu because of Li Bai's poem. The silver waterfall fell like the Milky Way, hanging in the 9 heavens. It was a magnificent sight. In this place, he did not encounter any races, but he sensed some ancient formations. He sunk into the ground, wanting to see what was going on. As soon as he descended, he was shocked. He actually saw an ancient cave that meandered downwards. It was unknown where it led to, but there were waves of dense killing intent seeping out. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. He was shocked as soon as he came down. He saw an ancient cave that snaked downwards. He did not know where it led to. Waves of murderous intent seeped out. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Although Komatsu was simple, it had reached the Taoist palace secret realm. However, it could not sit still in this place. Its purple hair stood on end. The underground cave was extremely deep, leading straight into an enormous underground palace. In the end, there were forks everywhere, and there were ancient caves everywhere. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to walk very far before getting lost. Moreover, the murderous intent was even stronger. He guessed that even the dragon transformation realm cultivators would not be able to withstand it. Staying here for a long time would harm them. There are no ancient races cultivating on Mount Lu. It's most likely related to this. This is obviously a land of extinction. After a long time, one's cultivation and magic power will be eroded. To ordinary people, it's harmless. Yi Fan went several more miles. The underground palace was even more vast. It was deathly silent. The ground was dry and hard, and the rocks were mottled. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone had come here. Finally, he arrived at the depths of the underground palace. This was the heart of Mount Lu. Here, flames surged and the atmosphere was lifeless. There was a huge sacrificial altar in front of him locked down by iron chains. At this place, the murderous intent had materialized like ringing killing swords. Even sect master level figures could not withstand it and could not approach. Moreover, there were blazing flames pouncing over. It was actually a flame essence that would turn anyone who touched it into ashes. Were it not for the Bodhi seed in Yi Fan's body, he would not have been able to stay here for long even with his divine physique. Komatsu grabbed the corner of Yi Fan's clothes nervously. His large eyes darted about in fear. Yi Fan did not stop. He took a few more steps forward and finally saw what was on the sacrificial altar at the end of the underground palace. His expression changed in an instant. The iron chains made of unknown materials flickered with an ice-cold black light. Even this kind of flame essence could not melt them. A person was chained to the blood-colored sacrificial altar. An ancient aura rushed over as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. It was unknown whether it was the reflection of the flames or that person's hair was originally like this, but it was as messy as red weeds. There was almost no flesh on his body, only withered bones. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with radiance as he stood there without moving. Just how powerful of a character was this? He was actually trapped here. Just this kind of murderous intent made it impossible for sect masters to approach. Unfortunately, after countless years had passed, it was impossible for this person to still be alive. The flame essence had burned him until he was as thin as a match. Upon closer inspection, his torso and head had already been chopped off. Back then, his enemies seemed to be afraid that he would revive and locked him here. He suffered tens of thousands of years of torture and was chained to the sacrificial altar to use the flame essence to erase his spirit. Yi Fan did not approach any further. It was not worth it for a dead person because he discovered that there was a killing formation carved on the sacrificial altar. It was most likely a saint-level formation, so there was no need to take the risk. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. When he stood in the air and looked down from above, he saw that there was a stone diagram carved on the sacrificial altar. It was clearly visible. He opened his heavenly eyes and discovered that it was like a corner of a topographic map. The mountains and rivers were extremely complex, and he didn't know what place it was pointing at. What shocked him the most was that this stone diagram had been carved more than 100 years ago. It was incomparable to the age of the iron chains and the sacrificial altar. Yi Fan looked carefully and became increasingly amazed. It was left behind by the person whose torso, limbs, and head had been separated. It was precisely the right arm that was chained and forcefully carved. Just what kind of person is this? At the very least, he has been trapped here since the ancient times and has lived until more than 100 years ago. Yi Fan was convinced that he was already completely dead at this time and had long since lost the slightest trace of vitality. It was most likely that he had finished carving the stone diagram and fulfilled his final wish. Back then, he was chained here. Could it be that someone wanted to force him to hand over this secret? He carefully memorized the stone diagram and didn't stay for long. This was a danger zone laid down during the ancient times, so there might be some unknown dangers. A moment later, he arrived on the surface and left. Yi Fan was currently in Zhejiang, located in the Jiangxi province. He wasn't in a hurry to return and wanted to go to another place in the province, Mount Longhu. Mount Longhu was the ancestral court of the righteous Tao. In the history of Taoism, it had a position and role as a link between the past and the future. However, at this time, Yi Fan's cell phone rang, interrupting his journey. He had no choice but to return to Bi City. Su Qiong had an uneasy expression on her face. She asked for his help because Yang Xiao was going south to explore the tomb of the Warring States period. Can't you just tell him not to go? I've already said that, but this bookworm is usually very slow. Once he really makes up his mind, even 9 bulls won't be able to pull him back. He said there's no need for him to go deep underground and only wait outside to verify those relics. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded and told her not to worry. He would go south with this team of archaeologists and make a trip to Jiangling County. It was said that during this period of time, many strange things had happened in that ancient tomb, causing a wave of panic in the local area. The higher-ups had issued a strict order for them to investigate thoroughly this time. They didn't hesitate to use the army to help with the excavation, so they had enough manpower. The 8 Ling Mountain was formed by 8 mountain ridges. In ancient times, it was called the Dragon Mountain. There were many tombs of kings buried here, and it was said that one could become an undead immortal here. When Yi Fan arrived at this place, he sensed that something was wrong. The 8 dragons coexisted together as if they were going to soar into the sky and pull the tomb into the 9 heavens. The ancients had indeed chosen this place for a reason. The 8 Ling Mountain was majestic and serene. The pine trees rustled and the clouds were verdant. The mountain was extraordinary. Although it wasn't tall, there was the chi of soaring dragons rising from it. Yi Fan carefully observed and discovered that this tomb was very strange. The terrain was like a Taoist sleeping soundly, about to ascend to immortality. The 8 dragons were the guide, pulling him to ascend to immortality. The tomb had already been excavated, and large amounts of soil and stones were excavated. They piled up into a small mountain in the distance, and the surroundings were lush with ancient trees that reached into the sky. Just as Yang Xiao had said, there was enough manpower, and they were all equipped with modern tools. Cart after cart of soil was carried away. This ancient tomb had caused a bad influence in the local area, and it had to be resolved as soon as possible. Apart from a few excavators and archaeologists, there really was an army. They were armed and on guard, quietly waiting for the ancient tomb to be completely excavated. Not good, it's the same as last time. Another person died mysteriously. Someone was frightened. The entrance to the tomb was pitch black and led straight underground. It was like a bottomless abyss. Stretchers were sent down, and soon, a few black corpses were brought up. Seeing this, Yi Fan sighed. He had come a step too late and couldn't stop them or save them. They found a pair of giant stone doors underground, but they couldn't open it no matter what. A few people even died, and in the end, the army went down. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the pair of stone doors were forcefully blasted open by explosives. Instantly, an extremely cold and gloomy aura rushed up, causing everyone to involuntarily retreat. Yi Fan secretly made a move and used his magic power to stop that aura. Waves of indescribable sounds came from underground. All of the archaeologists retreated, feeling waves of fear. Not long after, celestial music rang out. It seemed to come from the underworld, making everyone feel that it was unimaginable. At this moment, an old Taoist and a few others took advantage of the chaos to sink underground and enter the tomb. The tomb of the Warring States is related to ancient Qi practitioners. Yi Fan flashed in and saw a stone door that had been blasted open. On top of it, the words, "Longevity Immortal Manor," were actually carved. It was a large seal from before the Qin dynasty. Chapter 952. The Qin unified the 6 states and also unified the written language. The written language of the 6 states was almost extinct. What was seen here was a large seal script that looked like the Oracle Bone script. Yi Fan didn't stop and strode in. He saw many people enter before him, not because he was afraid of their strength, but because he was afraid that they would act rashly and destroy something valuable. Clang! A ray of sword light was particularly dazzling in the darkness of the tomb, lighting up a large part of the void. It pierced towards Yi Fan like a rainbow. Someone was trying to kill him. It was the same everywhere. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. The cultivators who entered the tomb were naturally here for arts and divine weapons. Everyone was a competitor. Clang! Yi Fan flicked his finger and a sharp sword like autumn water was shattered into dozens of pieces, falling to the ground like a pile of sparkling glass. He waved his hand and a figure in front of him was sent flying. His bones were all broken and his flesh was a bloody mess as he fell onto the tomb wall. Yi Fan didn't stop. He had even killed a Dao Severing King before, so he wouldn't care about the life and death of a life spring cultivator. His intuition told him that this tomb was not ordinary. Celestial music sounded, not from the 9 heavens, but from the depths of the earth. It was like the 9 nether soul song, shocking the soul. After a while, a white jade staircase appeared, leading to the depths of the underground palace. Mortals couldn't afford to use this kind of material. Who would use jade to pave the road? Every piece would fetch a sky-high price in an auction, but here, there was a large amount of it leading to the underground. The people who went down earlier were all impatient, wanting to enter the main point. Now that they could confirm that this was a burial ground for Qi practitioners, they all wanted to get their hands on the pre-Qin weapons. The pre-Qin referred to the mysterious period before the Qin dynasty, including the Warring States period, Spring and Autumn period, Yinshang period, and Western Zhou period. Clang, clang, the sound of swords rang out as a stone wall blocked the way. It was filled with sword marks and clanging sounds, as if there were peerless masters fighting with their swords. Sword sharpening stone. Yi Fan was astonished. He had heard that this was a stone used by peak experts to sharpen their swords. Even after tens of thousands of years had passed, sword cries could still be heard. It was because this stone was infused with their sword intent. For many people, this was a rare treasure. There were 4 people standing by the grindstone, as if they were comprehending something. When Yi Fan walked over, he found that they were all bleeding from their mouths and noses, their 7 apertures cracked, and they had died a violent death. These people were all Celestial Bridge Realm cultivators and none of them had broken through to the second secret realm of the human body. They couldn't even withstand the sound of the ancient sword whetstone and died here. This was the sorrow of the cultivationless age. If one could cultivate now, then even if one's natural talent was extraordinary, they couldn't even stop a grindstone from the ancients. It truly made one sigh with regret. Yi Fan thought for a while and used his fingers like a sword to dig out the stone. He sealed it and threw it to Komatsu. It put away the bell made from Daluo's silver essence and the small stone Buddha to be studied in the future. The sound of celestial music was melodious and clearer. When it entered one's ears, it would cleanse one's soul. It would make one's soul tremble and feel comfortable at the same time. Yi Fan walked down the stairs and stepped on the white jade stairs. He felt a kind of coldness. This kind of jade stone was a little special and contained a trace of extreme qi. He came to protect Yang Xiao this time, so he naturally had to eliminate all dangers. He operated the lunar scripture and refined the wisps of coldness. Not long after, he entered a vast underground palace and felt a cold wind blowing against his face. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a creature flapping its demonic wings and swooping down to grab the top of his head. Pfft! Yi Fan pointed with his finger and a sword wave blasted out. Blood splashed and the creature was slashed into a bloody mist on the spot. It was actually a bat over 2 meters long and looked like a demon. What a big bat! This underground world is sealed. How did it survive? Could it be that there is another exit to the outside world? Yi Fan didn't care. There was no need to think about such trivial matters. He walked forward a few meters and found 2 corpses with blood all over the ground. Their skulls were opened and they died a miserable death. They had been killed not long ago. A large tomb from ancient times without any special mechanisms had already taken the lives of 6 cultivators of later generations. Their deaths were not worth it. Yi Fan walked to the end of this underground palace and white jade stairs appeared again. They continued to go deeper underground as if they were approaching the legendary cave residence step by step. The project was huge. During this process, he sent out sword ripples several times, killing dozens of bats. They were all 2 to 3 meters long, and their bodies were terrifying. They looked like monsters, but they were all burned to ashes after they died. Otherwise, the archaeologists would definitely be in chaos when they came down. Yi Fan went even deeper. Immortal music was playing in this place. There was a row of chimes in front of him. They were all ringing on their own without anyone striking them. He spread out his palm and released strands of multicolored light. They flew towards these chimes and fixed them in place. They no longer made any sound. These chimes were extremely ancient, but they were well preserved without the slightest damage. Yi Fan carefully examined them and found that these were things tempered by cultivators over and over again. However, there were no Tao marks inside and only something similar to essence, energy, and spirit. It could be assumed that the tomb master loved musical instruments back then. The chimes were unconsciously produced by his imprint after the tomb saw the light of day again. At this moment, after Yi Fan fixed these chimes in place, the imprint no longer existed and finally dispersed. Because this wasn't a magical artifact, its will couldn't exist forever. He continued forward and walked inside. Suddenly, he felt a dense killing intent. There were streaks of sword radiance that hacked out like waterfalls. Golden, scarlet, purple, and blue flying swords tore through the air. Unparalleled killing intent. Before he even got close, Yi Fan's body was already covered in a layer of goosebumps. This was an extremely powerful flying sword. Even he couldn't withstand it. Whose tomb is this? It must have been left behind by an ancient saint. One of the scarlet swords was the brightest. It was only the size of a palm, and it flew around in the underworld, dancing non-stop. Other purple, blue, and gold flying swords followed, tearing through the air. No, it's not a real flying sword. It's just a kind of sword will. It's so powerful, so terrifying. Yi Fan exclaimed. If the ancient saint's weapon was flying here, he probably wouldn't be able to get close. This kind of sword will alone was extremely frightening. It made one's body feel like it could split the sky. There were 3 cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace lying on the ground. There wasn't a single wound on their bodies. They hadn't been cut by the flying swords, but the sword will had penetrated their bodies and killed them. The cultivators who came in were the furthest they could go, and all of them were dead. Yi Fan sighed softly. These people could be considered experts in the world, but they died in such a worthless way. They probably didn't even know how they were injured. The tomb of an ancient saint wasn't a place ordinary people could enter. As long as they had a hint of killing intent, it would be enough to kill any top expert in the world. This was a stone room for practicing swords. There were 7 scabbards the length of a palm hanging on the wall. The workmanship wasn't exquisite, and they were just simple beast skins. They were so tattered that they were about to turn to dust. From this layout, the ancient saint was very simple. He didn't leave any traps. Other than the Tai-yin chi that leaked out of the stone door, there was no danger at all. Where are the 7 divine swords? Yi Fan searched. He activated his cultivation, wanting to take the 7 scabbards. Pfft. But with a slight movement, the 7 beast skin scabbards all turned to dust. It wasn't because they had been here for too long, but because there was a kind of sword wool within them. These materials couldn't withstand it. After the scabbards were destroyed, the 7 streaks of sword light that were slashing through the stone room also disappeared. They were annihilated in the void, and the endless killing intent disappeared. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. It was a pity that these 7 scabbards had self-destructed. Otherwise, they would be priceless treasures. Through the terrifying sword wool contained within, he could most likely restore the Tomb Master's supreme sword control technique. He thought about it and felt relieved. He had obtained quite a lot of scriptures. When he was on Mars, the ancient saints said that it wasn't good to continue like this, and that there might be a great disaster. Walking past this stone room, he entered a place of raging flames. A sea of flames blocked his way, and the temperature was frighteningly high. It was actually the essence fire of the sun. Through the flames, he could see that there was a coffin wrapped around by an ancient vine. It was buried in the deepest part of the tomb, and it made this place flourish with brilliance. Cremation coffin. The legendary cremation coffins were all people with great origins. Ordinary people didn't have the ability to set them up, because they needed the essence of the sun and a fire vine raised from the essence blood of a saint. That ancient vine seemed to be thousands of years old. Its roots were like a horned dragon, and its leaves were pure gold, glistening and incomparably resplendent in the flames. It took root in the essence fire of the sun and absorbed the essence fire's nutrients to grow. It could be called a dreamlike spiritual vine, and it was a treasure used to forge weapons. The seeds of the fire vine were extremely rare, especially those that could take root in the essence fire of the sun. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and they were the favorites of the ancient saints. Why did they choose this kind of cremation? There were many legends. The most accurate explanation was that the saint knew that he was about to die, so he used the fire vine's extreme yang essence to hang on to the last strand of yang energy in his body, waiting for his resurrection. That was why the cremation coffin was so extraordinary. A piece of essence fire of the sun, a fire vine, a coffin, and an ancient saint. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He had actually seen such a thing. Could it be that this ancient saint could be resurrected? Could it be that he was a stunning character who left his name in history? Komatsu was very nervous. The purple fur on his body flickered, and a pair of black gem-like eyes blinked gently. He obediently followed Yi Fan and didn't dare to go forward. This ancient saint didn't set up a trap to kill intruders in the tomb, so he must be very kind. There shouldn't be too much danger here. Yi Fan cultivated the sun scripture, so he wasn't afraid of the sun's true flames. He entered the blazing flames and circled around the coffin to carefully examine it. This kind of flame was extremely terrifying. Under normal circumstances, even a Tao-severing king wouldn't be able to approach it. Touching it would inevitably turn them into ashes. The flames were terrifying. The fire vine was thick and strong, and each leaf made a sonorous sound upon contact. It seemed to be forged from phoenix blood and gold. The thick, dragon-like vines wrapped around the ancient coffin and lifted it into the air. The coffin carried death, and it was originally an inauspicious thing. However, this place was accompanied by the golden fire vine, and it was full of vitality. Yi Fan silently sensed it, and then he sighed softly. The person in the coffin had died. He couldn't use the yang flame essence to support the last strand of yang energy, so he didn't revive. Then, he noticed a tablet beside the coffin. It was actually forged from bronze, and it was extremely heavy and sturdy. There were a few ancient characters on it, and they were Zhongding characters. After Yi Fan returned, he had always been enriching himself. He read Huangting, Nanhua, and entered various great libraries. He read unique books, consulted authorities, and learned various ancient characters such as oracle bones. He recognized some of the ancient characters on it. At this moment, his heart was greatly shaken, and heaven-overflowing waves surged. This was indeed an outstanding and famous character from the ancient times. Qi Song Zi was recorded in the Taoist scripture. It was recorded in the legends of immortals, and it was said that he was an ancient immortal. Moreover, there were also records in other ancient texts. The Huainan Zi was the earliest, and there were traces of it that could be examined. The origin of this ancient tomb could only be described as terrifying. Yi Fan was incomparably shaken. Through the heavenly eye, he saw an extraordinary thing inside the coffin. Chapter 953. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye and could clearly see that there was something inside the coffin. There were some Tao patterns fluctuating within. It was an old jade box with an extremely ancient appearance. It lacked luster, but it was still stored inside the precious and heavy coffin. He was greatly moved. Qi Song Zi's origins were too great. He was revered as an immortal by the Taoists, so how could the things he left behind be ordinary? Qi Song Zi, exhaling and breathing, expelling the old and taking in the new. Losing the form and losing the wisdom, embracing the plain and reversing the true. Traveling through the profound, ascending to the heavens. This was a passage recorded in the Huainan Zi. It described Qi Song Zi's miraculousness and that he was an ancient immortal. Qi Song Zi, the rain master of Shenong. Using the water jade to teach Shenong, he could enter the fire and burn himself. This passage came from the legends of immortals. It was said that he was someone from Shenong's era. Before Shenong achieved the Tao, he had even taught him techniques. It could be said that he was one of the most famous cultivators of the ancient era. What kind of person was Shenong? Yi Fan had already stepped onto the path of cultivation. He had reason to believe that he was definitely one of the most powerful individuals in ancient China. Qi Song Zi was from the same era and had passed on his techniques. His status was extremely high and left others shaken. Moreover, there was another one. In the ancient era, before the Yellow Emperor achieved the Tao, he had also asked for guidance. It was recorded in Qi Song Zi's admonition scripture. It was an extremely long conversation that involved many issues. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Qi Song Zi was the most famous cultivator of the ancient era. His status and cultivation were terrifyingly high, and no one could fathom his depths. The ancient era was too distant, and no one could say for sure how long it was. However, the people of the present world speculated that 4,000 years had passed since the Yellow Emperor's era. Some people discovered that there were many periods of time that had been destroyed or that there was a vacuum, making it difficult to deduce the true date. It was precisely this kind of person whose name shook the ancient era and was revered as an ancient immortal by the Taoists. Now, he saw his coffin here, so how could Yi Fan not be shocked? Komatsu was extremely curious. When Yi Fan dissolved the surrounding extreme yang flame essence, it also moved forward and touched the ancient vine. It then touched the bronze tablet, causing chong-chong sounds to ring out. How to open the coffin? This was a headache. They couldn't destroy the fire vine, right? That would be too disrespectful to the deceased. He did not want to do anything outrageous to the most famous cultivator of ancient times. He did not want to destroy the coffin, but he definitely had to take out the jade box. The fiery vine's entire body shone brightly like scarlet multicolored clouds. Every single leaf was like blood-colored divine gold, releasing clanging sounds with a light touch. Moreover, it was incomparably sharp, able to cut through fine iron. Its trunk was as thick as a water bucket. It was like a blood-colored true dragon lying dormant, bold and powerful. It coiled around 49 times, one of which firmly wrapped around the coffin and lifted it into the air. Yi Fan tried a few times, but even with his godly strength, he couldn't move the ancient coffin down unless he used the Six Paths reincarnation fist to shatter this ancient vine. This was a spiritual plant nurtured with a saint's blood essence. Whether or not it could be destroyed was another matter. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a divine material for refining tools. Komatsu's entire body flowed with purple light. It pulled the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and blinked its big eyes. It pointed at the base of the bronze tablet. It was buried underground, and there were actually words under the stone. The purple little thing was very careful. It dug up the stone and found those scribbled words that were between the oracle bone script and the bell cauldron script. Yi Fan rejoiced that he was respectful and didn't act rashly. The records under the bronze tablet described the method of opening the coffin. It clearly stated that if one used force, the spiritual vine could even kill a half-saint. The fire vine planted by Chi Songzi himself had a powerful spirituality. It had been soaked in his blood and was a coffin guard spirit. It needed to be fed with powerful blood essence before it would lower the coffin. Yi Fan carefully read and found that there was a condition that the fire vine couldn't be fed with the blood of a Tao-severing king. Otherwise, the blood wouldn't have enough spirituality and would be useless. He cut his finger. As a human's sacred body, his blood was golden, even more so than those of a Tao-severing king. There was no problem with its spirituality. The golden blood dripped onto the fire vine, and the scarlet misty leaves made a soft sound. The branches actually stretched out, and the coffin slowly fell to the ground. Yi Fan was very excited. This was an ancient immortal with a shocking origin. What kind of jade box would he leave behind? Could it be the secret of immortality or the opportunity to become an immortal? He carefully opened the coffin lid, and a mysterious Tao pattern rippled out, revealing the scene inside. He looked inside, and Komatsu also jumped up to take a look. Yi Fan let out a sigh. It was impossible for Chi Songzi to come back to life. He had already passed away and left a human-shaped imprint at the bottom of the coffin. His flesh and bones had completely melted away. Even ancient immortals have to die. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Were there really people who could live forever? The ancient immortals of the Taoist venerables all had their lifespans come to an end and couldn't coexist with the world. After passing away, waves of Tao ripples spread out. He was shocked. He knew Chi Songzi's cultivation. He should be a great sage. In that case, he wasn't a true immortal, but one of the most powerful humans in human history. Yi Fan frowned. It seemed that the ancient immortals mentioned by Taoism were only an achievement and not a true immortal. They were still in the category of humans, just that their cultivation was profound. Are there really immortals in this world? Is immortality an illusory goal that can never be achieved? Yi Fan let out a long sigh. The great sage of the human race had to die, and the ancient emperors had to ascend to heaven. Until now, not a single person had survived. There was no real example of someone becoming an immortal. Immortals were only legends. Everything was fabricated and guessed by later generations. There was no proof at all. The more one understood the truth, the more helpless they felt. Chi Songzi was the best example. He was the most famous immortal of the ancient times. His true identity was the great sage of the human race, but he still passed away here. Beside the human-shaped imprint, there were 7 palm-sized ancient swords that had already turned to dust. They had been cleansed along with Chi Songzi, leaving not a single fragment behind. Yi Fan knew that those were definitely divine weapons. The 7 flying swords flickered with scarlet, purple, gold, and blue lights. In the stone room where he was training, just by looking at the sword light imprinted on them, one could tell that they were all divine grade. It's really a pity. These 7 weapons were all made by the great sage of the human race, but they have all followed him. He was incomparably regretful. At the same time, he remembered that Chi Songzi was born in Sichuan and used flying swords as his weapons. There were many legendary swordsmen of Mount Shu in later generations. Could it be that they were of the same origin? Yi Fan took out the only item in the coffin, the jade box. He solemnly took it out. Even Chi Songzi treasured it so much. Even though he had passed away, he did not want to destroy it. This was enough to show how mysterious and precious it was. He bowed to the coffin and pushed the coffin lid back to its original position. The fire vine immediately wrapped around the coffin and lifted it into the air again. The archaeologists can't do anything about this place. With the flame essence of extreme yang here, mortals can't get close, and I definitely can't give this coffin to them for research. A spirit vine growing vigorously in the flame essence was too mysterious. It was impossible for modern people to understand. If it was not hidden, there would be many troubles in this place. Yi Fan thought for a moment and used his great magical power to carve out the entire area. He then fiercely pressed it down into the depths of the earth, going 1,000 zhang deep. In the end, he used earth and stone to seal this place. He opened a new tomb in the original place and used his cultivation to leave traces of the passage of time. He walked around the underground palace again and destroyed all the dangers that could harm mortals. Then, he left and returned to the surface. In the end, the armed army left. Because there were no more dangers underground, the archaeologists smoothly went deeper and let out gasps of surprise. The jade artifacts, chimes, and stone carvings were all magnificent and priceless works of art. They were enough to cause a stir in the archaeology world. Yang Xiao and the others were completely immersed. They did not know that a dazzling world that involved ancient secrets had been sealed by Yi Fan. At this time, he stood under an ancient tree on Mount Eightling and carefully opened the jade box. There was only a piece of bone inside. It was inconspicuous and gloomy. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was just a piece of bone and did not seem special at first glance. However, this was something that Qi Songzi seriously collected. He was a great and famous individual, someone who had to be mentioned when talking about cultivation in the ancient times. This piece of bone was exceptionally heavy. When he lightly flicked it, King Chang sounds rang out and waves of metallic sounds rang out. It was unknown what kind of creature this bone was from, but it was so hard that even when Yi Fan forcefully pinched it a few times, it still didn't break. He opened his heavenly eye and discovered 4 ancient characters. They immediately left him shaken. It was actually immortal ascension opportunity. Yi Fan was almost possessed by the word immortal. It was because the more he understood, the more disappointed he became. He couldn't see any proof, and even Qi Songzi died. However, Qi Songzi's relic was a piece of bone. The 4 characters seemed to possess a type of magical power. This was something he protected even in death. When Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye, he continuously moved the bone piece towards the sunlight. The light from different directions illuminated different patterns. He held his breath and carefully observed it. Afterward, he carefully compared them and carved out a diagram on the ground. There were mountains, great rivers, and ravines. The terrain was very complex. This was a topographic map. Yi Fan was shaken and revealed an expression of disbelief. He quickly drew the stone carvings he had seen in the underground palace of Mount Lu on the ground. He was immediately stunned after comparing the two. These 2 diagrams each had a corner that could be linked together to form a whole to describe a place. In the underground palace of Mount Lu, there was definitely an ancient saint who had been imprisoned there and tortured for countless years. Even his torso had been chopped off. Yet, he stubbornly lived on. Only 100 years ago did he carve the stone diagram and take his last breath. Yi Fan had reason to make a few conjectures. The person who took action was most likely trying to interrogate him about the stone diagram, but he didn't obtain it. Perhaps the person who had been chained to the altar 100 years ago had a premonition that the world had changed greatly and everything from ancient times had turned to ashes. That was why he left behind the stone carvings, unwilling to let the secrets disappear from the world. To imprison an ancient saint and force him to hand over the secret diagram, just how powerful did one have to be to accomplish such a thing? The goal was naturally shocking, and one didn't even need to think to know that it was of great importance. And now, the word's opportunity to become an immortal explained everything. Needless to say, even the great ancient emperors would be shaken upon seeing it. The corners are connected, making this diagram twice as large. It's obvious that it's still an incomplete topography. Just where does it lead to? Qi Song Zi and the unknown ancient saint each held a piece of the diagram and used their lives to protect it. They carried it with them even in death, which was enough to show how valuable it was. Chapter 954. Yi Fan stood on the 8-ridge mountain and looked around. He sighed in his heart. This was worthy of being the ancient dragon mountain of China. Even the ancient Qi Song Zi was buried here. The 8 mountain ridges stretched across the land. Dragons danced in the air as if they were about to leap into the 9 heavens. It was majestic and mysterious. He took one last look and left. Not long after, he returned to his home in B City. His parents had passed away. After calming his heart, he realized that there were not many things he wanted to pursue in this life. He calmed his heart and pondered. Cultivation became his only goal. In the past, achieving the Tao and becoming an immortal was not his path. He buried his head in cultivation just to come back and cross the starry sky. Now that his parents were gone, all his efforts were for naught. Yi Fan began to think about where he should go. In the end, he calmed his heart. Achieving the Tao was the only choice. At this stage, there were no other things he wanted to pursue in this life. Since ancient times, no one could say for sure whether immortals existed or not. Longevity was also very vague. To this day, there was no proof of it. The ancient emperors were all dead. But now, this had become his goal. From now on, I will follow in the footsteps of the ancients. I will dig out the ancient secrets and pave the way to the present. Achieving the Tao and becoming an immortal is the ultimate goal of this life. He was not a saint who cared about the world, nor did he want to be an ambitious and ruthless person who ruled over all. He was just a person of flesh and blood. He had no ambition to purify the world and had also lost it. He only wanted to walk his own path and pursue his own goal. It might be vague, unattainable, or even non-existent, but he only wanted to walk down it step by step. This was not decadence, nor was it self-exile. Today, he was only testing himself. If someone stood in his way, he could be either a god or a demon. Everything was in accordance with his heart at this moment. Yi Fan read Nanhua, Yin Talisman, Wenshi, and Dongxian. There were no cultivation methods among them. These books were spread throughout the world, but they allowed him to see different thoughts of the predecessors. At this stage, he was about to cut down the Tao. He had already taken one step in. What he needed was not a specific method, but a kind of enlightenment in the realm. These Tao books were spread throughout the world, all mortals able to read them. There were no detailed methods, but there was a general direction. They could be considered Tao treasures. Perhaps this was also a type of inheritance. Yi Fan calmed his heart and began to study them. From time to time, he would feel deeply moved, experiencing the breadth and profoundness of the scriptures. Many ancient cultivation scriptures could no longer be seen, but their true meanings were still being passed down, contained within these scrolls. During this period of time, Yi Fan also began to seriously teach Komatsu. He did not increase its cultivation level, but even suppressed it. Every step it took was very stable, and its foundation was very solid. The little purple thing was afraid of lightning. It seemed to be born with it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss and almost been killed. In order to help it overcome this fear, Yi Fan was very strict with it. He purposely brought it to an isolated island and personally preached to it. Originally, the sky was clear and flawless, without a single cloud. But in the next quarter of an hour, the boundless ocean surged, waves overflowing into the heavens, dark clouds rolling over. Yi Fan guided over tens of thousands of streaks of lightning, using his own body to prove the method. He entered the lightning to resist this terrifying disaster. He didn't need to do this. If he really wanted to guide over a sea of lightning, he could clear out the sky and send down lightning. However, he was afraid of drawing the attention of others and provoking unnecessary trouble. As a result, he brought over a black walk-like cloud layer. Hong long long. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. Heavy rain poured down. The scene was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan bathed in lightning. All of the silver snakes interweaved on his body. Komatsu watched in horror from the distance. However, not long after, it was captured by Yi Fan into the sea of lightning. Its true body resisted the silver snakes. For it, this was a type of torment. The fear was greater than the physical injuries. It wailed mournfully, continuously calling out to Yi Fan. However, this time, it didn't receive protection and could only face it alone. This was a terrifying mental journey. Once, twice, dozens, hundreds of times. Komatsu was struck until its flesh was lacerated, fainting many times. It was terrified, but each time, Yi Fan would calmly tell it that this was nothing, telling it to get up. After being baptized by lightning tribulation, it went from fear to numbness. In order to avoid being injured, it had no choice but to start resisting, struggling in the lightning, using its cultivation to resist. It slowly changed. In the end, it was no longer afraid, gradually calming down. It could finally calmly face the lightning tribulation, completing a transformation of its mental path. What our bloodline fears the least is heavenly tribulation. There is no need to fear it, you will encounter it in the future. Each time, it will be a good chance to refine your body. Yi Fan used the golden holy blood to baptize its flesh and bones, causing its constitution to undergo great changes. As for cultivation, it didn't help at all. This time, the tempering ended. Komatsu finally let out a sigh of relief, looking at him pitifully. Yi Fan rubbed its head, bringing it back to be city. Now that he returned to this world, he naturally wouldn't forget the matter of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Everything started on Mount Tai. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. He wanted to carefully examine the 5 colored altars of various sizes. However, he heard from Su Qiong that this matter caused a great sensation back then. Who knew how many troops were mobilized, sealing off Mount Tai for more than a year? No one was allowed to approach. At that time, all parties exerted pressure, many foreign organizations requesting to enter Mount Tai to investigate together. Moreover, it was said that dozens of elders from the Muslims came, and the Roman Pope even personally came from the east, bringing a large group of people. Back then, even though many people claimed to have seen the 9 dragons pulling the coffin on Mount Tai, there wasn't a single related report. Even the foreign media, which was known for their freedom of speech, didn't mention a word about it. The people were in an uproar, but the big and small news stations and media didn't mention a word about it, completely ignoring it. After a long time, no one paid attention to it. Su Qiong knew a little more because of his relationship with Yang Shao. Many things were dug up on Mount Tai, and many people died for unknown reasons. Those things were all collected by the country, but it was less than half of the total unearthed. Yang Shao was still very young back then. He had just graduated a few years ago, and he had only come into contact with the periphery. What happened more than 20 years ago couldn't be examined now, as it was listed as a national secret. It was said that a large number of troops were mobilized back then, but half of the cultural relics were still lost despite being heavily armed and sealed off. Many things were unearthed, but they were robbed. What happened back then was really strange. Even an atheist like Yang Shao was shocked when he talked about the past. At that time, he didn't have the qualifications to climb Mount Tai, and he didn't even know what happened there. His mentor back then was an authority in archaeology, and he experienced everything personally. My teacher said that what he saw back then was strange and dazzling, as if all the ghosts and gods in the legends had appeared. Unfortunately, the old professor had passed away many years ago, and the real situation couldn't be verified and understood from him personally. The old professor only mentioned one thing. At that time, he saw a man with gray wings flying from the west and landing on Mount Tai, almost ignoring the existence of the army. At that time, the archaeology world suffered heavy losses. At that time, a batch of extremely important things were unearthed, including the cornerstone inscribed with the mysterious tomes of arcane at the center of the main altar. If it wasn't for an old Taoist from one of the ancestral halls of Taoism who had difficulty even walking, there wouldn't be much left of the things unearthed on Mount Tai. It was lucky to be able to preserve nearly half of the things. These things are of great use to me, and I have to recover them in the future. It seems that I have something to do again, Yi Fan said to himself. He wanted to ask who the old Taoist was, and where he was now. Yang Xiao shook his head. He didn't know much about these things, but he knew that the old Taoist seemed to be dying at that time, and he passed away not long after guarding Mount Tai. In the end, he said with a strange expression, back then, my teacher said that some medical research institutions tried to prolong the old Taoist's life, but they failed. Unexpectedly, they found out that he might have lived for more than 2 years. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression suddenly changed. A 2,000-year-old man was definitely a master. Perhaps he was a famous figure in the history of Taoism, who lived until the Dharma ending period, which was shocking. Nowadays, Taoism had a few ancestral halls. Mount Longhu in Jiangxi was one of them, and the Baiyun Temple in B City was also one of them, which had a great reputation in history. Yi Fan was no stranger to the Baiyun Temple. Although there were still Taoists there, it had become a famous scenic spot, and he didn't believe that there were still cultivators there. He had the supernatural power of shrinking the ground into an inch, and as soon as he used the Xing formula, he arrived at the ancestral hall of Taoism. As soon as he approached, he shook his head. It was in the bustling city, and the world of mortals was blowing in his face. How could there be cultivators? He used his powerful divine sense to scan every inch of the land, and he was startled. Under the Baiyun Temple, there were traces of purple dragon qi, which was connected to the veins of the earth. Unfortunately, it was too thin, and there was no one with cultivation here. It seemed that the people of this line had already gone far away, leaving only mortal disciples and the temple. In the past, it wasn't without reason that this place was the ancestral hall of Taoism. As the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, there were dragon veins underground, and this place was nourished by earth spirits, which could help in cultivation. But now, the world was dry, and spiritual energy was scarce. Traces of earth spirits were not enough to resist the surging qi of the mortal world, so how could they talk about cultivation? What cultivation? They could only be abandoned. Yi Fan went south, and he walked on foot. He went in and out of famous mountains and great rivers. He wanted to understand the current situation of cultivators, but unfortunately, he didn't come across any. In the end, he climbed Mount Tai again, and once again came to this place. That year, the 9 dragons carrying the coffin set sail from here. The greatest mountain was here, and the greatest history was here. Mount Tai was majestic and majestic. In ancient times, it was regarded as the place where the sun was born and all living things grew. This could be traced back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yi Fan climbed to the peak, and he looked down on all the mountains. He was filled with endless emotions at this place. More than 20 years had passed, and he was the only one who came back alive. He stood at the place where the bronze coffin used to be and sensed it silently. Then, he waved his hand and captured half a piece of jade from the ground. Other than that, there was nothing else. The country had dug it thoroughly, and nothing was left. Suddenly, he heard a whisper. If it wasn't for the cultivator's divine sense, he wouldn't have heard it at all. In the distance, there were a few young people with extraordinary appearances discussing. They were different from ordinary people, and they had an otherworldly temperament. The scaled race actually produced a heavenly demon. In this age of chaos, I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. It's unbelievable. Perhaps the scaled race can really prosper. Who knows, they might produce a character comparable to the ancient sect masters. After all, every sect has left behind ancient treasures and pills, and they spent a lot of effort to nurture them. It's hard to say if they won't shine. Yi Fan listened attentively, and his heart skipped a beat. He had finally found the current sect. These people had extraordinary origins, and they were all disciples of the main Taoist sections. They belonged to the Shangqing sect and the Lingbao Palace. So what if it's the age of chaos? Have you guys forgotten? More than 20 years ago, on this very mountain, there were many battles between great mediums. There are still people like this. Oh right, you guys have heard that not long ago, a great medium appeared in Zhejiang and taught a lesson to the people of the Great Xia Dragonfinch branch. These people came to pay homage to the historical site. Yi Fan listened attentively and actually learned a lot from them. Back in the ancient times, Mount Tai was so majestic that it could be compared to the peaks of Kunlun. But now, everything has changed. Let's not talk about this. We should work hard on our cultivation. The Cultivator Conference is about to begin, and we can't miss it. It's said that great mediums might descend, and there might even be people from Kunlun. Chapter 955. The greatest mountain was here, and the greatest history was here. This was Mount Tai. In the ancient times, it did not look like this. It was tens of thousands of meters tall, and the saying that climbing Mount Tai was a small world was not a lie. On top of the mountain, there was a stone tablet on Duomo Cliff. This mountain itself was a piece of history, and the secrets and events of the past were like a history book. Unfortunately, everything had changed. Yi Fan listened attentively and learned a lot. He had visited many libraries and read many unique books in order to understand the ancient times, but unfortunately, he did not touch upon the world of cultivation. Hearing the young people's narration, he nodded to himself and understood some of the situation. At the very least, he was about to enter another world and transcend the mortal world. The so-called cultivator assembly was of a large scale. Seeing how these people cared so much, they all wanted to make a name for themselves and enter the secret grounds of the prime clear and numinous treasure sects. Yi Fan was speechless. Although these people were Daoist disciples and could be considered outstanding, they were still far from the core. The world of cultivation had its own rules, and no matter where one was, there would be ranks. Whether it was the Shangqing sect or the Lingbao sect, they both had their own secret places. Mortals could not approach them, and only the core members could enter. Needless to say, now that the world was dried up, that place must be a paradise that could speed up cultivation. These four had opened the sea of bitterness, and their talents were extraordinary. They were not far from the life spring realm and were disciples of the orthodox sections. According to their whispered discussion just now, being recognized as a core disciple was the key, and there were many advantages. Let's go. Although traveling through the famous mountains and great rivers can cultivate one's state of mind, we still have to cultivate. The group walked down Mount Tai together. Dao brothers, please wait. Yi Fan rushed over from behind and greeted them with a smile. He wanted to travel together. These people were naturally surprised and looked at him strangely. Yi Fan claimed to be a wandering cultivator with limited inheritance. He did not know much about the current world of cultivation, so he wanted to travel with them and learn from them. They were naturally a bit conflicted and unwilling to have a stranger join them. At this time, another person came up the mountain and apologized after seeing them, saying that he had matters to attend to at home and was late. None of them were happy. They wanted to go into secluded meditation to cultivate, so they told the person who had come that Yi Fan was a rogue cultivator, just like him, and that they could take him for a walk. With that, they hurried down the mountain. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He didn't think that he would be so unpopular. Those four people didn't want to have anything to do with him at all. But that was also true. His background was unclear, and they wanted to cultivate bitterly, so they naturally didn't want to bother with him. The person who came later was called Guizhen. He lived in Taiyan, at the foot of Mount Tai. He was also an itinerant cultivator. He was very friendly and had many things in common with Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt that this person was not bad. He was honest and spoke his mind. He was not pretentious and had a natural disposition. The two of them descended the mountain together, chatting as they walked. Guizhen said, "Brother Yi is also an itinerant cultivator, then we really are fated to meet. I also unintentionally embarked on this path." He didn't join any sect, but he had a grandfather who loved to read ancient books, which led him to embark on the path of cultivation. When the four olds were broken, all kinds of strange powers and gods were defeated. Back then, his grandfather was still young. In that era, he saw many ancient books copied from various families gathered in one place and destroyed, so he secretly hid a few of the most ancient ones. "You embarked on this path by reading those ancient books?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. This was really a bit dramatic. I read them as if they were supernatural novels. I felt that they were all very reasonable. After reading them for many years, I felt that they made sense. There was one time when I was half asleep, and I really saw the sea of bitterness in my body. Guizhen's path of cultivation could be said to be really uneventful. He accidentally saw the first secret realm of the human body, and after that, he tried 100 times and saw it again when he was awake. Only then did he make up his mind. His grandfather almost went through those books, but after so many years, he didn't achieve anything. Instead, Guizhen had a sudden inspiration and finally took a small step forward. As for his father, he was a typical intellectual. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that those books were ancient books and might even be the only copy, which was very valuable, he probably would have burned them because they were not pleasing to the eye. "Does your family know?" Yi Fan asked. "How can I say for sure?" Guizhen shook his head. He didn't tell his parents, but he did talk to his grandfather. The old man was very excited and told him that when he was successful in the future, he had to help him. After Yi Fan looked closely, Guizhen's talent was absolutely perfect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find his own way of cultivation in this age of chaos. If he was in Big Dipper, he really would have become the leader of a sect. He opened his sea of reincarnation, and wisps of spiritual chi rushed out from his life spring. He was about to step into the life spring realm, and he was a level higher than the others from before. When Yi Fan arrived at his residence, he immediately knew how he could have such achievements. As expected, those who could embark on the path of cultivation had some luck. This was a very old villa that looked quite old. It was about to be demolished again. It was located in the suburbs and was adjacent to Mount Tai. The scenery was very good. Yi Fan knew Genesis techniques, and he could clearly see the vein of the earth. The old villa was located on the vein of the earth. There were earth spirits surging up, and the chi of Mount Tai was rising. It was also because of this that Guizhen had the possibility to cultivate. He said that his grandfather was a very interesting person. He used to sell antiques and had indeed saved up a sum of money back then. That was why he was able to buy a villa and live out his retirement here. He also lived here for most of his time. The two had a very congenial conversation. Guizhen told Yi Fan many things that he wanted to know. The people from before were true disciples of large Taoist sections. Sometimes, they were a bit arrogant and didn't want to be friends with weak rogue cultivators like them who had to grope for stones to cross the river. The great masters of the ancient times are no longer in this world. "Do you know where they went?" Yi Fan asked. "I really don't know. The ancient times are not something that can be discussed. Even the disciples of the large sects don't know much about it. However, I can guess a little. It's nothing more than their yuan qi drying up, and they can't use their divine abilities," Guizhen said. After that, he talked about some of the sects that Yi Fan wanted to know more about. There were many branches of Taoism, and Guizhen talked about many of them. He mentioned the Shangqing sect, Lingbao sect, Tai sect, Shinshao sect, and dozens of other sections. They were all very powerful lineages. In addition, he also mentioned the sword cultivators of Mount Shu. This sect was very mysterious and focused on attacking. Ordinary people couldn't come into contact with them, and even cultivators couldn't find them. In addition, there was the even more mysterious Kunlun. The cultivators that came from this place all had very powerful backgrounds. Their cultivation was extremely high, and few people dared to provoke them. Yi Fan's mind raced. Could it be the Kunlun mountain range that traversed Qinghai Tibet and Xinjiang? When he was looking for Mount Ling, he had come into contact with that place, but he didn't find anything special. As for the Buddhist sects, although there were temples in the famous mountains and rivers, there were very few true cultivators, so Guizhen didn't know much about them. At the same time, he also talked about the demon cultivators. There were ancient demon bloodlines in the world. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, Tian Lin, and Vermilion Phoenix were famous demon god races. Yi Fan really wanted to go to these sects, but Guizhen shook his head. Each sect was very mysterious, and no one knew where the real secret place was. The world had changed, and the essence chi had dried up. The remaining pure lands of each sect naturally had to be kept secret. Yi Fan was very sensitive about the demon race. He wanted to know more about them because all the signs pointed to the dead Pang Bo being related to the demon race. However, although the demon god bloodlines existed, they were very low profile and were even harder to find. During the Cultivator Conference, these people will probably appear. Guo Zhen nodded. He had also heard that the Cultivator Conference was about to begin, but he was a rogue cultivator like Yi Fan. It was impossible for anyone to inform him, so he didn't know much. How about this, we'll follow those people, and we'll know when the time comes, right? Yi Fan said with a smile. Guo Zhen smiled bitterly. He didn't have a deep relationship with those people, and because he was late this time, he made them unhappy. Their friendship was as thin as water, and he would most likely get into trouble. It's fine, we'll follow them from afar and ignore them, Yi Fan said. Guo Zhen thought about it and nodded in agreement. He also wanted to go to the Cultivator Conference to see. He didn't know the secret place of those people's sects, but he knew where they cultivated. In the end, the two of them followed all the way and caught up to the four people midway. They went all the way south and arrived at Mount Wui. On the way, they heard from the four people that they were going to the old land of Lingbao's sect. There were famous figures staying there, and there were also outstanding figures of the younger generation gathering there. Yi Fan was naturally interested and followed from afar with Guo Zhen. He didn't use any magic power and walked leisurely, admiring the scenery along the way. Jiangxi is really a place of cultivation. I didn't expect to come here again, Yi Fan sighed. The old land of Lingbao's sect was on Mount Gazao, a branch of Mount Wui to the west. It stretched for more than 200 miles, with ancient bamboos and green pines, and winding peaks and ridges. The scenery was beautiful. Yi Fan was very interested in this place because Mount Gazao was also known as Gu Ridge, an important place of Taoism. The founder of Lingbao's sect was Gu Xian, Gu Hong's great-uncle, who founded the sect here. Gu Hong wrote Bio Puzi and was the leader of Taoism in the Eastern Jin dynasty. He was extremely talented and once mentioned the 9 secrets in his work. After Yi Fan returned, he studied it seriously. After his great-uncle founded Lingbao's sect, Gu Hong carried it forward and shocked the world. He left an indelible mark here. Now, although Lingbao's sect had found another secret place and left here, there would most likely still be some traces left. Mount Gazao was steaming with clouds and smoke. It was as if they had walked into a painting. There were flowing springs and waterfalls here, and the mountains were green and the peaks were beautiful and restrained. Lingbao's sect can't be said to have abandoned this place. There are many Taoist temples in the mountain, and most of their outer disciples are here, Guo Zhen explained. One of the 4 people he knew came from here. This place is not bad. It seems that the records in the history books are correct. Gu Hong really lived here for a long time. Yi Fan nodded. After entering Mount Gazao, he sensed a mysterious qi dynamic. There was a great person with supernatural power who had left a mark here. Disappeared, they actually disappeared. Guo Zhen was shocked. He stared at the depths of the mountain with a puzzled and shocked expression. Interesting. Today, when the land is dry, there is still such a wonderful place here. It is really extraordinary. Yi Fan smiled and led Guo Zhen forward. Soon, they arrived in front of a green mountain. There is no road ahead. What are you doing? Guo Zhen was shocked because Yi Fan was pulling him up a green mountain and was about to step off a cliff. Don't be afraid. Yi Fan said. With a flash of light, they entered a strange environment. White clouds lingered, and a few broken mountains stood side by side. It was very vast, and there were many Taoist temples on it. The ancient pine trees here had lived for thousands of years. The old vines climbed all over the cliff, as if they were isolated from the outside world. The spiritual qi here was much thicker. The outer disciples of Lingbao's sect should have cultivated here. Otherwise, how could they have such achievements? Yi Fan said. Guo Zhen was full of surprise. Who are you? An old Taoist appeared and asked them. We are individual cultivators, Guo Zhen answered. Hey, it's you guys. Why are you here? The four people who had just entered had not yet climbed the broken mountains. They were surprised to see them. They were a little puzzled and a little unhappy. This isn't a place that just anyone can come to. This is a small-scale gathering, and the ones that are here are all famous figures and stunning disciples. Those without inheritances are not allowed to enter. One of them had a hint of ridicule at the corners of his lips. Yes, this is the old land of Lingbao sect. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter, another young man said. The old Taoist nodded and said, this is an important place of our Lingbao sect. It is not open to the public. Apart from inviting people of the same path for exchange, only senior masters can come here. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Chapter 956. I have long heard that the spirit treasure old ground is a pure land that cultivators look up to. Back then, immortal Master Guhong shocked the Middle Earth and was one of the strongest cultivators in the history of the Tao sect. We came here in admiration and wished to pay our respects to the Holy Land. Yi Fan said. Guozhen also came forward to pay his respects and ask for an exception. They came here because of the respect in their hearts, hoping to satisfy their wishes. If you want to view the saints' ruins, you can go to the temple outside. This secret land is never open to the public. A disciple from the Spirit Treasure Gate said coldly with a displeased expression. As expected, the four youths' friendship with Guozhen was as shallow as water. Guozhen had already followed them here, yet he was so heartless. Not only did he not speak up for them, he even spoke so coldly with a hint of contempt. Even though we are acquaintances, this place does not allow outsiders to enter. Another person was very direct, categorizing him and Yi Fan as outsiders. His tone was full of contempt. What kind of people are not outsiders? Yi Fan saw that Guozhen was in a difficult situation and asked. He would not leave no matter what. Guhong was sitting there, so he had to take a look no matter what. Could it be that you all really think of yourselves as seniors? Another youth could not help but laugh loudly. The old Taoist at the side had said that only seniors could come here to lecture on the Tao and enter the spirit treasure old ground. There are 33 steps at the mountain gate, representing the sky of becoming an immortal. If any of you can cross 8 steps, then you will barely pass and can enter. The old Taoist said. A few ancient pines were like dragons lying down at the foot of the mountain. It was said that they were planted by Guhong himself. They were evergreen and strong like dragons. There were 33 steps there, and they were different from the other limestone steps leading up the mountain. It was said that in the ancient times, this was the most common test. Even the Taoist children who served the Taoist masters had the ability to walk over it. Otherwise, they would not be able to freely go up and down the mountain. But now, only the elders could walk. Normal disciples could only take a detour and avoid these stone steps from the side. It was incomparable to the ancient times. Yi Fan originally wanted to walk up in one go, but Guozhen was very stubborn. He insisted on giving it a try. After being repeatedly looked down upon by someone he knew, he couldn't help but feel some anger in his heart. It was difficult for him to calm down. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With Guozhen's own cultivation, she could only take 3 steps before she found it difficult to take the 4th step. Due to the environment of the world, compared to the ancient cultivators, the cultivation of the Tao-seeking cultivators was generally low, and it was difficult for them to improve. On the side, the 4 youngsters chuckled, all of them shaking their heads. Even they didn't dare walk the stone stairs, believing that Guozhen didn't understand this place and would only make a fool of himself. Whoosh! A sphere of green and blue light shone. A thin sheet of blue and gold appeared in Guozhen's hands. There was a symbol engraved on it that was extremely ancient. It released streaks of blue and gold radiance that surrounded him. Bang, bang, Guozhen took 6 steps in succession. In total, he had taken 9 steps, exceeding the old man's standard. His forehead was beaded with sweat. Then, he leaped off the stone steps with all his might and retreated. The 4 youngsters at the side were all astonished as they stared at the thin sheet of blue and gold in his hands. The symbol on it was extremely mysterious, and it could actually make Guozhen perform like this. Under normal circumstances, these 4 people couldn't do this at all. They could only take 3 steps at most, but they didn't expect Guozhen to be able to do it. The old Taoist was also astonished. He stared at the blue and gold symbol continuously and said, "Even though you borrowed the help of a spirit weapon, it still counts as a pass. You may go up." Guozhen let out a long breath and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He carefully put away the thin sheet of blue and gold. At his realm, he still couldn't accept weapons into the sea of reincarnation within his body. Just relying on external objects. What kind of ability is that? A youngster said in a low voice. The 4 felt that they had lost face, so they didn't stay any longer and quickly went up the mountain. Guozhen seemed to be exhausted after walking 9 steps. After returning, he hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground to recover his essence energy. Yifan glanced at the 33 stone steps. He walked up step by step until he reached the end and came back down. Below, the old Taoist was almost terrified. He was so shocked that he was tongue-tied. Even he could only walk halfway up, but this youngster seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. He knew that when he saw a true expert, he had to call him senior and salute him. Yifan stopped him and shook his head. He then came to Guozhen's side and sent a stream of pure divine power over. Immediately, Guozhen's exhaustion was swept away. His entire body felt comfortable and recovered to its original state. "Brother Yi." He was naturally astonished and quickly opened his eyes. "It's just a small Taoist. I usually store an extra stream of inner yuan in an artifact," Yifan explained with a smile. Guozhen was relieved. Otherwise, he would really think that he had met a senior expert. Transferring origin chi to others like this was very exhausting. If it was stored in an artifact, it would be a different matter. The old Taoist respectfully watched them walk up the mountain along a small path that led to the Taoist temple on the rooftop. Meanwhile, he himself didn't move. He shook his head forcefully and continued to guard the mountain gate. Along the way, they saw green pines and green cypresses. Cranes flew in the sky and circled from time to time. The place was steaming with clouds and looked like a fairyland. The spiritual chi here was many times denser than that of the outside world. When they arrived at the platform of this broken mountain, the first thing they saw was a bluestone statue. It was a Taoist with a kind of calmness. He had the air of a celestial being and gave off a feeling of being carefree as if he had seen through everything in the world. This was a statue erected by later generations to commemorate immortal Master Guhong. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was about to become immortal and ascend to heaven. The Lingbao sect was founded by Gu Xian and carried forward by Guhong. It played an important role in the history of Taoism and its influence was unparalleled. Mount Gazao also became one of the 3 mountains of the great sage of Taoism in the south. Yifan stood on the rooftop and looked down at the surroundings. He saw clouds rolling and mist, towering mountains, and beautiful peaks and valleys. He couldn't help but sigh. This place was really amazing. In the distance, there were several broken mountains standing side by side. Although the spiritual chi had dried up, there was a kind of remnant ripple of the great path of creation, which made his heart tremble. Was it left by Guhong? One reason he came to the old land of the Lingbao sect was to search for Guhong's legacy. In addition, he wanted to verify a somewhat illusory secret to see if it was true. In Taoism, the reason why the Lingbao sect played an important role was because of the Lingbao celestial being, one of the 3 pure ones, which Taoism respected. In the history of Taoism, it was recorded that the sect participated in the positioning of the 3 pure ones. Rumor has it that in the ancient times, there was a celestial being called Lingbao. I don't know if it's true or not, Yifan said to himself. The Lingbao celestial being was respected by all branches of Taoism. For the world of cultivation, whether it really existed or not was already impossible to verify. The fact that the Lingbao sect chose such a name was enough to explain everything. It also indirectly proved its supreme status in Taoism. Yifan captured the traces of the creation of the great Tao and pondered seriously. When he was on the other side of the starry sky, he had heard of the origin of the 9 secrets. Some said that it was created by the deceased celestial being of Taoism. Some said that it was a secret technique left behind by the supreme figures of different periods in the ancient times before they passed away, which was then combined by the later generations. Others said that the 9 secrets were the result of countless people perfecting it. Gu Hong might have mastered 1 or 2 of the 9 secrets. From the name of the sect, it's not hard to make some connections. Could it be that the Lingbao celestial being was one of the few celestial beings who created the 9 secrets? On the Broken Mountain, these temples were all very old. Although the great practitioners had all passed away, everything here proved their former glory. The remnant marks of the Tao and the incomplete sage formations were shocking. However, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was too thin, and these things were difficult to operate. Moreover, for some reason, they were slowly destroying themselves. If this went on for a long time, they would all be destroyed. Is this the senior expert you were talking about? A young girl stood in front of a temple and smiled lightly. She was beautiful and looked at Yifan and Guozhen. There were also a few young people beside them. Yes, this is someone who passed through the 9 bluestone steps. You guys should learn from him later. One of the 4 young cultivators who knew Guozhen before said. A few people immediately laughed after hearing this. They were all juniors who came here with the elders of their sects, so they clearly knew each other. Yifan patted Guozhen's shoulder and told him to calm down. There was nothing to fuss about, so he pulled Guozhen towards the temple. You guys really went in. That's the place where the elders take the Tao. Do you want to preach to us? A group of people followed after seeing the situation. The green grass in the courtyard was like a cushion, and ancient trees towered into the sky. Not far away, there were more than 10 elders sitting cross-legged on praying mats. They were discussing the Tao while some young people were listening. Yifan pulled Guozhen to the edge of the courtyard and found 2 praying mats to sit on. Some of the young people immediately revealed strange expressions and looked over. You guys really think of yourselves as masters who have achieved the Tao. You guys really dare to sit here? The 4 young people who knew Guozhen no longer looked at him with contempt. Instead, they revealed expressions of pity. Many people looked over, and even those older generation figures noticed this place. They were all a bit shocked. What's wrong? Guozhen was a bit confused. Look at us. Who dares to sit down? Aren't we all standing here respectfully to listen to the true method? One of them said with a look of schadenfreude. Aren't they also young people? They're also sitting there. Guozhen pointed at the dozen or so young people in front of him in confusion. Guozhen, you're really naive. How can the 2 of you compare to them? Those are all core genius disciples who came from the secret land. The young people standing were both envious and jealous of those people. They shook their heads at Yifan and Guozhen. The 4 people from before even revealed a sneer and looked like they were watching the show. Guozhen did not know what to do and was about to stand up. Yifan pulled him back and said that he had already sat down and there was no need to stand up. Who are you guys? Why are you sitting here? Who invited you in? A core disciple sitting on a praying mat opposite them asked. Yifan looked closely and found that these young people were quite impressive. They were all above the life spring realm. Compared to the others, they were indeed extraordinary. They stepped over the 9 stone steps and came up here on their own. Someone quickly explained what happened. The dozen or so elders were all shocked and looked at the 2 seriously, which made Guozhen feel uncomfortable. At the same time, Yifan looked at them. These masters were all above the Holy Ji Palace secret plane. In the current era, they were indeed very powerful. There were even 3 of them in the 4 extreme secret planes. Is that so? They came up here on their own. Then let me see if I have the right to sit here. A core disciple of the Spirit Treasure sect stood up from his praying mat. He was in the late life spring realm. Didn't I already test the way down there? Why do you still want to continue? Guozhen felt a headache coming on. He was a lone cultivator, and the people here were all disciples of big sections. It was said that there could be living great mediums in some secret lands. Disciples of such sects could not afford to offend them. The test at the mountain gate is too easy. Those with decent cultivation can make it to the 8th or 9th step. It's nothing. If you can make it to the 4th step, I have nothing to say. I'll even worship you as my senior for the rest of my life. The young man pointed to the tallest platform. There were also 33 stone steps there that led directly to the platform. Everyone's expression changed. What was this place? It was the place where the headmaster of the sect went up to the platform and preached. Could anyone still go up there? Even those who could walk up a few steps were rare. I once heard that the Spirit Treasure Sect's celestial master Guhong once wrote a Taoist book that discussed the 9 secrets. If we can go up there, we won't force them. We just need to tell them the origin of the 9 secrets, Yi Fan said. He had come for the 9 secrets. His goal was clear. He wanted to confirm if the Spirit Treasure Sect really had 1 or 2 secrets. Many people laughed. Only a dozen old Taoists' expressions changed. But when they looked at Yi Fan and the others, they relaxed again. They did not sense any profound cultivation. Do you really think that you can compare to the headmaster of the ancient times? Even if there are great mediums today, they may not be able to walk all 33 steps. Do you think you can? Many people laughed with mockery. They felt that they were too unreliable. Those who knew Guozhen shook their heads. They really did sympathize with these two. Chapter 957. In the 1,000-year-old Taoist temple, the ancient pines towered into the sky, like green dragons wriggling towards the sky. Under the trees, a group of old Taoists sat cross-legged on praying mats, looking over. Guozhen had a guilty conscience, because the person he was facing was not someone else, but one of the strongest sects of Taoism, the Spirit Treasure Sect. He was a lone cultivator, and had never seen such a scene before. To him, this was a group of earth immortals. Yi Fan patted his shoulder, saying, "Nothing, it's just a few stone steps. Go up 4 steps. A few stone steps." Such arrogance. The core disciple stood up, a cold smile on his lips. He really did not think highly of these 2 lone cultivators, and felt that such words were especially piercing to his ears. As a core disciple, he had an extraordinary cultivation, and his cultivation had reached the life spring stage. Many disciples followed his lead, and some people went up to agree. Guozhen bit his teeth, taking out a green metal piece. It emitted a gentle blue light in his hand, and he braced himself to walk forward, about to climb the stone steps to test himself. Slow down, this bit of cultivation dares to ascend Sect Master Supreme Being's Tao platform? This is a type of blasphemy. How about this, you have to pass through my trial first. This core disciple spoke, changing his mind. Guozhen had only opened up the bitter sea stage, and there were a few strands of essence qi seeping out of his life spring. He had not truly entered the second small stage, but to be looked down upon like this was also a kind of humiliation, and he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Let me test you. As the core disciple finished speaking, a divine chain shot out from the sea of reincarnation, emitting a beautiful light, slashing towards Guozhen's waist. Guozhen was only at the peak of the bitter sea stage, and his divine abilities had not yet been revealed. He could only passively dodge, and was in an exceptionally difficult situation. Occasionally, he would use the blue gold piece in his hand to block, emitting a ball of light. You're too far off, you really can't do it. You want to charge up the stone steps with this kind of method? You too don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The core disciple shook his head, as if he was giving advice to a junior. Guozhen's face alternated between red and white. Although he had the blue gold piece in his hand, but if he continued like this, he would not be able to back down. It was very uncomfortable to be humiliated like this. Yi Fan stood up, and a streak of essence energy flowed out from the ground. Guozhen's pores immediately relaxed, and she was filled with divine splendor. The blue gold sheet in her hand flourished with brilliance, and with a chang sound, that divine chain was broken. Xiao! He stepped forward, waving the blue gold sheet. A blue light flew out, and the core disciple was sent flying backward. He fell to the ground, where he struggled a few times and then passed out. How is this possible? Even ninth senior brother lost. He's a life-spring cultivator, how could he lose to someone who just opened the bitter sea? The group of people were all stupefied as they watched this scene with disbelief. The core disciple was defeated, and it was a clean and efficient defeat. There was almost no suspense as he fainted. An old Taoist went forward and felt the pulse of the core disciple. He's not injured. This result was difficult for everyone to accept, especially the four old friends who had previously ridiculed Guozhen. They were even more stupefied, their hearts beating rapidly. This was a bit inconceivable. What kind of treasure is that exactly? Someone believed that it was the power of the blue gold sheet. Guozhen involuntarily arrived in front of the stone steps. Step by step, he walked up. Everyone was flabbergasted. They had never thought that he would actually dare to climb the heavenly stairway. Even if he defeated a core disciple, he definitely did not have the strength to do so. Isn't he a little too arrogant? He's just a cultivator from the sea of reincarnation and he dares to ascend the Tao platform? He doesn't even need to think about it. These two people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Could it be that they really think that they can be compared with the sect masters of the ancient times? Many people whispered among themselves. They didn't believe that a rogue cultivator could ascend it at all. This wasn't realistic. However, Guozhen's following actions left them dumbstruck. He took 6 steps in succession, and with each step, he ascended 6 steps in succession, shocking many of the older generation figures. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded and extremely puzzled. The jaws of those who were waiting to see a joke almost dropped to the ground. A few people who were preparing to mock him immediately shut their mouths. At the same time, they forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and wanted nothing more than to rub their eyes. This was just too inconceivable. He's merely a rogue cultivator who opened up the sea of bitterness. What qualifications does he have to ascend 6 steps? The core disciple who just woke up just happened to see this scene and almost fainted again. Half of it was due to anger and the other half was due to shock. How could he endure this? Guozhen seemed as if he was sleepwalking. Both his legs were not under his control and he once again retreated. Even he himself was baffled and felt dizzy. When he landed on the ground, his legs were a little unsteady. On the other side, Yi Fan had already stood up and wandered around the Daoist temple. He released his powerful divine sense and scanned every inch of the land, searching for the Tao marks left behind by the ancient sages. He didn't want to miss out on anything in this kind of treasured land. How did you do it? Who are you? An old Daoist stared at Guozhen. When the group of young people heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. They were all shocked and no longer dared to have a trace of contempt. They all stared at Guozhen, wanting to understand what was going on. However, even Guozhen himself couldn't figure it out. He stood there in a daze and didn't know how to explain. He looked absent-mindedly at the faint blue metal piece in his hand and then at his own feet. Hey, what's going on with you? When did you go up? How did you get on the Tao platform? The group of young people couldn't take it anymore. They didn't expect Yi Fan to ascend the Patriarch's lecture platform. They didn't know when he had been standing there. Yi Fan roamed about the rooftop and searched every corner. He searched the entire Daoist temple but didn't find anything. In the end, he only found that there were Tao marks fluctuating on the Tao platform, so he ascended it. You ascended from the stone steps at the back? The dozen or so old people all stood up with a jump and were incomparably shocked. There were also stone steps on the other side, and they were all constructed from green jade. They were also 33 steps, but it was even more difficult to ascend. This was because that was a path to heaven prepared for Tao-severing cultivators. Now, how could there still be such a great divine ability expert? When these old Daoist priests saw this scene, they were all stupefied. They couldn't believe anything at all. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He stood on the Tao platform and extended out his powerful divine sense to sense it seriously. He vaguely saw an expanse of ancient scripture characters that were engraved in the void. That's right, this is the place where the past patriarchs preached the Tao. This is the Tao ripples from the past that were imprinted into the Tao platform. After a long time, Yi Fan nodded and muttered to himself. He understood the situation. From a certain perspective, this platform was a rare treasure. Did he climb up from the 33rd jade step? It represents ascension to the heavenly position of achieving Tao and crossing over the 33 heavens. Not even the great divine ability experts of the ancient times could do this. After the group of young people understood the situation, they felt a chill run through their pores. This was just too frightening. Just how deep of a cultivation did he have to be able to do this? Everyone revealed expressions of shock. Just what kind of background did this loose cultivator have? How could he do all of this? His expression didn't change, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Yi Fan walked down the stone steps step by step. He took a total of 33 steps to reach the ground. This time, everyone saw it clearly. They were all tongue-tied and speechless. He didn't pay them any attention and walked around the Tao platform. He closed his eyes and listened to the voice from thousands of years ago, hoping to capture the 9 secret scriptures. However, he was disappointed. Even though there were many techniques imprinted on the Tao platform, there wasn't any secret technique. Greetings, Senior. An old Taoist priest was the first to come back to his senses. He bowed deeply and paid his respects. His expression was both excited and a bit flustered. It was extremely rare to see a great divine ability expert in this era. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. The other old Taoist priests also hurried forward and paid their respects. They were inwardly anxious. Such a young great divine ability expert appearing in front of them was like a fantasy story. That kind of vitality was definitely not fake. There wasn't the slightest bit of lethargy. It was hard to imagine how he did it. Did he rejuvenate his youth, or was he young to begin with? Everyone was making their own guesses. According to common sense, in this cultivationless age, to have this kind of accomplishment at this age was the same as finding proof of ascending to immortality. It was extremely unrealistic. The dozen or so old Taoist priests' appearances made the group of youngsters even more stupefied. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they paid their respects together. In their eyes, this was a living ancestor-level figure. Guozhen was a bit stupefied. Why did the loose cultivator friends they traveled with suddenly become so unfamiliar? They actually gave off an unreachable feeling. Even the spirit treasure sex experts were intimidated, making him feel as if he was in a dream. Meanwhile, the faces of the 4 youngsters he was acquainted with were snow white. Their bodies were trembling, and they ridiculed him several times. They felt like they provoked a great disaster. At the same time, they were incomparably regretful. Back then, on Mount Tai, Yi Fan originally wanted to travel with them, but in the end, they felt disdain and threw him to Guozhen, missing out on a great opportunity. This was originally a natural opportunity. The 4 of them regretted and hated themselves, but it was too late to say anything now. They could only tremble with fear and wait for their unknown fate, fearing that Yi Fan would descend upon them and kill them all. They were naturally overthinking things. How could Yi Fan lower himself to their level? At this moment, he left the Tao platform and completely came back to his senses. Seeing the situation, he said, "All of you, get up." Whoosh! At this time, the Komatsu hiding in Yi Fan's spatial artifact saw that the atmosphere had calmed down. It jumped out in a lively manner and climbed up the ancient pine tree in the courtyard to find pine nuts. A purple squirrel. A sparkling Komatsu rat with purple splendor all over its body. It's that person's pet, a great divine ability user. The group of people was stunned. Regardless of whether it was the older generation or the youngsters, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. They immediately thought of a recent rumor. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow race had 4 great branches, and a while ago, one of them was almost wiped out by one person. Recently, all the sects in Middle-earth were discussing this, and it caused a huge uproar. It was rumored that an undying old demon had appeared in the main branch of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow and was specifically investigating this matter. An agile purple Komatsu rat and a mysterious youngster all matched the characteristics of that great divine ability user. These people felt a wave of dizziness. As expected, a great character had descended here. They paid their respects again, which made Yi Fan a little uncomfortable. This group of old Taoists was far older than him. When he was in the Big Dipper zigzagging sect, he had never enjoyed such treatment. He told them to get up and then told Guozhen to continue befriending them like before and not to fear anything. He wasn't some old antique that had lived for a long time. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. This was clearly a modern person and not a great divine ability user that had survived since ancient times. It was even more shocking for him to have such achievements. Guozhen slowly relaxed while the four people who knew him sighed in their hearts. They deeply understood that sometimes, fated chances were just a turn's distance away, and they missed it just like that. More than 10 old Taoists came forward in unison to ask Yi Fan to preach the Tao, dispel their doubts, and impart some cultivation methods. Yi Fan was called senior again and again, especially by these 200 to 300 years old people. Even he himself felt apologetic. Thus, he ascended the Tao platform and earnestly preached the scriptures. He used the materials on the spot and carved the marks of the Tao he had just captured into the void. The scriptures filled the sky, and every word flickered with divine splendor. Could this be the 5th volume of the Crimson Jade Book? Wonderful scripture? Why is it even clearer than the records in our sect's secret land? It's truly flawless. The people of the Spirit Treasure sect were astonished. Torrential waves surged in their hearts, and it was difficult for them to calm down. Yi Fan said frankly that this was an imprint he found in the Tao platform. All of this originally belonged to them and was left behind by the ancient sect venerables when they preached the Tao. Senior, please come to our sect's secret land and impart the lost method. A few Taoists bowed in excitement. Yi Fan nodded. He had the same intention. This place didn't have the 9 secrets, and he had already searched carefully. Perhaps there really was one in the secret land of the Spirit Treasure. At the same time, he wanted to ask these people about the demon god's bloodline. This time, no matter what, he had to completely unravel the mystery of whether Pang Bo was real or fake. Chapter 958. The secret land of the Lingbao sect was in the middle of Mount Gazao. In ancient times, it was the seclusion place of the retired headmaster and the supreme Taoist protector. Ordinary disciples couldn't enter at all. Today, however, it was very different. There were almost no conditions for cultivation on earth. Only this kind of secret land had spiritual essence overflowing. In order to ensure the continuity of the inheritance, all core members could enter. The secret land of Lingbao was only a few miles in radius. A mysterious formation separated it from the outside world. Everything retained a primitive and ancient aura. The spirit mountain was very short. Spring water gurgled, old trees were strong, and strands of auspicious energy lingered. In the past hundreds of years, Yi Fan was the only one who didn't belong to the Lingbao sect. He was treated with great courtesy. The headmaster welcomed him personally and the elders waited respectfully. There weren't many people here because the spiritual essence was limited. It couldn't support too many people to cultivate here, and they were all important figures. They were very respectful and polite. They wanted to invite Yi Fan to preach and complete the lost scriptures of the Lingbao sect. They ordered people to bring the Tao platform into this secret land. Yi Fan was amazed. The great Lingbao sect had produced a peerless master like Guhong in the past. How did it fall to this state? He didn't sense the immortal scripture here, nor did he find the 9 secret Tao marks. He had many questions in his heart and couldn't help but ask them all. The headmaster sighed and told him everything he knew. After the earth's spiritual essence dried up and was no longer suitable for cultivation, the masters of all sects chose to travel far away. No one knew where they went. Back then, almost all the great masters left. Once they left, many inheritances were almost severed. Now, there were no complete ancient scriptures in the sect. They were organized by a few people who didn't want to leave. It couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the past. Yi Fan was startled. He finally understood why the Lingbao celestial being, who had produced Guhong and was suspected to be one of the three pure ones, had declined so much. The true orthodoxy was almost extinct. Are the other sects like this too? It's more or less the same. The great masters left, the orthodoxy was lost, and the earth's ritual grounds were abandoned. The headmaster sighed. A group of great divine ability users disappeared from the face of the earth, and soon after, they entered the cultivationless age. It was difficult for powerful individuals to be born, and the younger generation couldn't take over, so the various sects declined from then on. The Spirit Treasure sect has suffered heavy losses. Almost none of the scriptures are complete. It's impossible to sort out all the books with just a few young disciples. The Spirit Treasure sect master sighed. Now, they couldn't be considered the leading supreme great sects anymore, because they had lost too much, to the point where there was no way to recover. As long as there were any old sects, their ancient books and records were still intact. Those old seniors who loved their homeland and didn't leave had made great contributions to the continuation of the orthodoxy. Now, is there still such a person? Yi Fan asked. Even if there were, there wouldn't be more than a few. 20 years ago, 9 dragons carrying coffins descended on Mount Tai, shocking the cultivation world. That year, the last old ancestor of Mount Longhu was invited to leave the mountain to protect the ancient altar. Not long after he returned, he passed away in meditation. It was said that he was the last remaining old ancestor. So it's the old Taoist from Longhu Mountain. Yi Fan once heard from Yang Xiao that the Medical Research Institute tried their best to save his life but failed. Unexpectedly, they found out that he might have lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years. When Yi Fan arrived at the Spirit Treasure secret place, he naturally wanted to ask about the 9 mysteries. Since he had chosen the path of becoming an immortal, this would be a necessary skill to protect his Taoist body. The Spirit Treasure sect master smiled bitterly. Not to mention the modern world, even back then it was a top secret. It was obtained by Celestial Master Guhong by accident and was only passed on to a few disciples. Yi Fan was extremely disappointed. During the Age of Chaos, not only did the Qi of heaven and earth dry up, even the Dharma access had declined, and the ancient skills were nowhere to be found. The Spirit Treasure sect master had one foot in the Dragon Transformation secret realm and was considered a top master in the current world. His cultivation was all thanks to the spiritual eye in the Pure Land. Auspicious Qi gushed out from that place. Komatsu curiously ran over to take a look and almost fell in. I am not a top master yet. Some sects have ancient spiritual roots and the Qi in the secret place is far better than here. There are several sect masters who have reached the Dragon Transformation secret realm. In this Age of Chaos, the Dragon Transformation secret realm was the top master. Once they appeared, they were invincible and few could fight against them. Of course, this is not absolute. 20 years ago, there was an old Taoist from Longhu Mountain. It is said that he was from the Qin and Han dynasties. His cultivation was unfathomable. The Spirit Treasure sect master talked about many things that Yi Fan was concerned about. That year, the man with the gray wings came from the west. Even the old Taoist from Longhu Mountain could not do anything to him. Moreover, there were also several great experts who took action, seizing some precious altar cornerstones that had ancient heavenly books recorded on them. Yi Fan said, "Tell me about the Taoist orthodoxy in the West. They are very useful to me. It is not good to leave the altars and tomes of heaven in foreign countries." The Spirit Treasure sect master was shocked. What was this ancestor-level existence trying to do? Did he want to kill his way to the West? Not long after, everyone in the Pure Land saluted and asked Yi Fan to preach the scriptures and restore their lost techniques. They were incomparably respectful and sincere. Yi Fan was not arrogant and did not accept their great gifts. However, he sat on the Tao platform and extracted the traces of Tao to restore the ancient books for them. He sat there for half a month and recited all kinds of scriptures. One by one, the metal-like traditional characters were branded in the void. They were dazzling and emitted sonorous sounds. This was a reappearance of the inheritance. Yi Fan helped them reproduce many techniques. Of course, it was difficult to truly restore them. The Tao platform where the past sect masters sat could not imprint all the techniques. Accumulating yang to become a god, there is form in the god. The form is born from the sun is born from the moon. Accumulating yin to form, there is spirit in the form. There was only one, and Yi Fan helped him complete it. He himself also benefited greatly, and that was the numinous treasure immeasurable expiation miraculous scripture, also known as the expiation scripture for short. Back in the day, he obtained a portion from the old blind man in the Big Dipper. He never thought that there would be a complete one here. If he researched the history of Taoism, he would discover that the expiation scripture really originated from the numinous treasure sect. Of course, this scripture was different from the one passed down among mortals. It had the true power of expiation, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. It was profound and abstruse, and had endless wondrous uses. Back in the days in the immortal mansion world, even the undying heavenly emperor feared the expiation of this scripture and did not dare to harm the chanting crowd. What a pity, the main part of the numinous treasure scripture cannot be reproduced. All that is left are incomplete. The sect's elders were all full of regret, but they were still extremely grateful to Yi Fan. Yi Fan used half a month's time to restore many scriptures for them. He asked about the demonic race before leaving and directly told them about Pang Bo's family. You actually returned. The numinous treasure sect master turned pale with fright. He had always felt that Yi Fan was familiar, and now he finally recognized him and understood the reason. Yi Fan's gaze immediately became fierce, releasing a wave of intimidating might. Everyone in the secret land was horrified and their expressions changed. Don't misunderstand. The numinous treasure sect master already knew that this great expert in front of him was much younger than him. He had cultivated for at most 20 years, which was truly astonishing. He hurriedly explained that the people who were carried away by the 9 dragons pulling the coffin were noticed by all sections. Afterwards, everyone was investigated thoroughly, including their families. On the day of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, even the experts of the West rushed over, not to mention the cultivators of the Central Earth. The various sects quickly reacted. Almost on that day, the various sects dispatched their experts to understand their backgrounds. Pang Bo's family was definitely targeted by one of the ancient demonic gods' bloodlines that day. Yi Fan nodded and asked him to explain in detail which great demonic god clans were in the world today. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow bloodline, the Celestial Qilin clan, the Vermilion Phoenix Orthodoxy, and the Myriad Demon Valley. On the surface, there are 4 great demonic god clans, but we don't know if there are any that are hidden from the world. The numinous treasure sect master thought about it and felt that only the powerful demonic god clans could respond so quickly and enter Pang Bo's family on that day. Oh right, you must be careful. The numinous treasure sect master seemed to have thought of something and sent someone to fetch a wooden box. After opening it, there was actually a very old black and white photo. During World War II, there was once a demonic god who appeared on various battlefields and used this opportunity to cultivate. His blood qi overflowed and shocked the Taoist world. This black and white photo was taken by a mortal at that time. It was taken by a cultivator and spread to all the major sects, causing people to be horrified. In the dark photo, although the monstrous blood qi was very blurry, it was enough to shock people and make them shudder. It was as if a wave of blood was about to rush out through the paper. Yi Fan stared at the photo for a long time and then nodded in silence. This was most likely a great ancient demonic god who was extremely terrifying. So many heroic spirits had died in the past, so this photo would definitely make his cultivation level rise to another level. He thought about it and told the numinous treasure sect master to tell his disciples not to reveal anything about him, especially his cultivation level. Then he asked about the location of the 4 great demonic god clans. Don't worry, I've already told them, and the guests not sent by me have also been informed. They won't leak it out. The numinous treasure sect master only knew the general area, but he didn't know the real secret places of the 4 great demonic god clans. Because these places were all taboo, getting too close might cause a great disaster. Although he didn't get the 9 secrets on this trip to Mount Gazao, Yi Fan learned about the current cultivation world on Earth and gained a lot. Before he walked out of Mount Gazao, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. In the distance, a man with gray wings landed, releasing waves of black mist. Behind him, the numinous treasure sect master's expression suddenly changed. This was a powerful figure from the four extreme secret realms. He had gray hair and gray eyes, as if he had come from hell. He directly stated his purpose of coming and mentioned the story of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. He said that the numinous treasure sect must have also brought back something important and wanted to borrow it today to take a look. Why do I feel that they look a bit like the Fallen Wing clan? Yi Fan said. They are from the Western Orthodoxy, the numinous treasure sect master said. Who are you, and why are you here? The man with gray wings had eyes that were as dark as dead ashes. They were dim and lifeless as he swept his gaze over mercilessly. Who I am is not important, and I don't need to tell you. Yi Fan walked around him and said, I don't have time now, but I will go to Jerusalem in the future. You want to go to our ancient holy city? It's been a long time since a cultivator has come. The gray-haired man suddenly stretched out a big hand and grabbed the top of Yi Fan's head as fast as lightning. Poof! Yi Fan drew a line in the air with his finger. There was still some distance between them, but the arms of the strange man were all cut off. Gray blood splattered everywhere. You, who are you? The man with gray feathers on his back was shocked. He didn't expect to kick such a terrifying iron plate. It was obvious that he was a great medic. Yi Fan waved his hand and restrained him in an instant. Fear was written all over his face. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free. At the side, everyone was horrified. This was an expert of the 4 extreme secret realms. Ordinary sect masters were only at this level, but he was carried away by Yi Fan like a dead duck. Yi Fan extracted a ray of light from the center of his brows. That was his consciousness. He read the memories and revealed a cold smile. I really thought that a fallen angel had come. So this is the result of a successful cultivation of the Western Orthodoxy. You, who are you? My lord will appear in the world, let me go. The gray-haired man was shocked and terrified. Poof! Yi Fan pointed with his finger and he dissipated like a snowflake. His flesh, blood, internal organs, and consciousness all melted away, no longer existing. The surrounding people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were secretly glad that they didn't offend this god and didn't fight him. Moreover, they received his guidance. I really don't know who I will meet when I make a trip to the west in the future. Yi Fan muttered to himself and disappeared with Guozhen and Komatsu. A few days later, he arrived at Mount Changbai and entered this primordial land in search of the ancient demon god race. Chapter 959. Changbai Mountain, with its majestic terrain, looked like a lying dragon. It had been famous since ancient times and was one of the 10 famous mountains in Huaxia. It was very high above sea level and was known as the Northeast Roof. Although it was already the end of winter and spring was approaching, Changbai Mountain was still sealed off by heavy snow. It was a field of silvery white, and the snow was several feet thick. 1,000 years of snow and 10,000 years of pines, straight to the highest peak in the world. This was the praise of the ancients, but it also indirectly explained the spectacular and beautiful scenery of this place. There was snow everywhere, and sometimes people would disappear if they stepped on it. The snow-capped peaks towered majestically, and the rocks on the mountains were very special. Most of them were white pumice stones, which was different from other places. The ancient pines had grown for who knew how many years. Tree kings often appeared in the no-man's area. They were tall and frighteningly thick, like small mountains. Komatsu was especially lively here. Its silk-like shiny purple fur looked even more sparkling against the white snow. It ran around and rummaged for pine cones. That's not right. Why is this old forest getting deeper and deeper? It's much bigger than I thought. Guozhen was surprised. He felt that something was wrong after entering the depths of Changbai Mountain. The terrain became steeper, the landscape became more primitive, and the snow-capped peaks were ridiculously high. Yi Fan did not say anything. He was carefully looking for something, closing his eyes from time to sense with his heart. The road he chose was very rugged, and sometimes he had to cross over cliffs. Guozhen did not dare to disturb him. He knew that they must be breaking a formation. There was an ancient formation here, and Yi Fan was entering the mysterious no-man's area. Suddenly, the world turned upside down, and the scenery changed greatly. An even more open wilderness appeared, and feather-like snowflakes danced in the air. A wave of desolation washed over them. They had entered an unknown desolate snow-capped mountain. It's different. I can guarantee that this area can't be found on the map. Where are we? Guozhen was surprised and uncertain. After leaving Mount Gazao, he had been traveling with Yi Fan. After becoming familiar with him, he did not restrain him. He was not like the elders of the Lingbao sect, who were cautious and apprehensive of Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt that he had a good temperament and wanted to give him some pointers. Therefore, he brought him and Komatsu into Changbai Mountain together and they traveled together. The real Changbai Mountain should be like this. It took me a lot of effort to get here. With the protection of the ancient array, there are some places mortals can never enter, Yi Fan said. Guozhen was astonished and believed his words, because he discovered that the pine trees were shockingly thick. At the very least, no one had harvested them for over 1,000 years. There were patches upon patches of them, and there were no signs of human activity. Roar, a tiger's roar shook dozens of miles. The snow on the pine trees rustled down, almost burying Komatsu alive. When the little purple thing was picking up pine nuts under the snow, it pulled out a tiger's tail. A big multicolored tiger leaped out of the snow and turned around to roar. The sudden roar scared Komatsu so much that its purple crystal-like fur stood on end. Its little paws covered its heart, and its whole body was fluffy. It trotted away and retreated. Such a big tiger. This is too shocking. Its body is almost 4 meters long, and its weight is definitely 700 or 800 kilograms. Is this tiger a spirit? Guozhen was speechless. This is not strange. The Manchurian tiger's body is big, far bigger than other tiger breeds. The former Soviet Union has caught more than one such large individual. These have all been reported, Yi Fan said. Komatsu came back to its senses. It seemed to feel very embarrassed. After all, it was a living creature with cultivation. It lay there and shook its little head, roaring like a tiger. Roar. Ya. Yi Fan and Guozhen were amused. This was too childish. Although it posed like a tiger, its voice was outrageous. It could only be described with one word, tender. The little purple thing was discouraged and lowered its head embarrassedly. It felt that it didn't have any imposing manner. However, the Manchurian tiger turned and ran. It was rare to see such a big tiger, and it seemed to have some spirituality. It felt that the squirrel was a little strange, and fear arose in its heart. They continued deeper into the mountains, stepping on the thick snow. Not long after, they met an even bigger wild tiger in the forest. It was 5 to 6 meters long, and its weight was definitely close to 1,000 kilograms. It's really about to become a spirit. Guozhen exclaimed. It's a little strange. It's ridiculously big, but it also means that we are almost there. Yi Fan's eyes shot out 2 beams of divine radiance. Swish. From afar, there was a flash of purple light. They mistakenly thought that they saw another Komatsu, but it turned out to be a violet marten. It was obvious that it had some spirituality. That's right. It seems like we have arrived at the Dragon Cave region of Mount Changbai. The living creatures here are all tainted with dragon qi. It's very unusual. This time, Yi Fan was searching for the celestial Qilan race, which was one of the 4 ancient demonic god races. They had the power to rule over the world and were unfathomable. After the 5 to 6 meters long Manchurian tiger was subdued, it carried the 3 of them and sprinted. It was vigorous and vigorous, splashing up large patches of snow, and with a single leap, it would travel over 10 meters. There's a mountain god temple over there. It's really strange. This should be an uninhabited region, so why is there such a building? When they got closer, they could see that it was quite old. It was at least a few hundred years ago, and the scale was still very grand. All of a sudden, a chilly wind assaulted their faces, and a sound that made their scalp go numb could be heard. It was especially terrifying in this primitive ancient forest. A 3 meters long owl pounced out from the temple and clawed at their skulls with its razor-sharp claws. Demonic bird. Guozhen quivered. That owl's head was too big, and its face actually looked like a human's. Yifan pointed with his finger and fixed it in midair. He then captured the ball of light formed by the sea of consciousness from its skull, and after looking at it, they continued on their way. In front of them was a forbidden area. Usually, these spiritual beasts wouldn't dare to approach it, and it was obviously the celestial Chilan race's seclusion. Traces of dragon chi overflowed from the few snowy peaks in front of them. Demonic chi, such powerful demonic chi. Guozhen's face was slightly pale. After venturing for a few dozen miles, even he could feel the demonic chi, not to mention Yifan. In the snowy ridge, there seemed to be a white true dragon surging, swallowing, and spitting out the essence of heaven and earth. It was faintly discernible, just like a mountain ridge. That can't be a dragon, right? It should be a flood dragon with a profound cultivation. No wonder the Jin dynasty and Qing dynasty regarded Changbai Mountain as the place where their ancestors rose to power. They really paid attention to it. Yifan muttered to himself. It was recorded in the history books that when the Qing dynasty's divine ancestor was patrolling the east, he led the crown prince, various kings, and ministers to the Songhua River's bank, facing southeast, and looked at Changbai Mountain. They knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, personally declaring that this was the place where the ancestors rose to power. Furthermore, the Qing dynasty's divine ancestor had conferred the title of Changbai Mountain as a god and worshipped the 5 sacred mountains. In the end, he even pushed Changbai Mountain to a higher position than the 5 sacred mountains. Later generations had dug out ancient tablets from Changbai Mountain more than once. The later ones were from the Qing dynasty, the earlier ones were from the Jin dynasty, and there were even earlier mysterious dragon tablets that couldn't be verified. The Qing army entered the pass, claiming that the ancestors rose to power Changbai Mountain. It seems like a lot of things happened back then. Yifan advanced. With his cultivation at this realm, he would even dare to barge into a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. They walked into the legendary place where the ancestors rose to power. A stretch of majestic snowy peaks stood erect, and the one in the middle was especially huge. At the base of the mountain, there was an ancient cave that spurted out strands of dragon chi. A few ancient pine trees stood upright, making this place seem ancient and mysterious. Who are you people? How dare you trespass into my race's forbidden area? Someone shouted. More than 10 people walked out. They were wearing armor that flickered with cold light. The armor was made of metal-like scales and was flowing with demonic chi. Each and every one of them was brimming with killing intent. In this era, if an ordinary person saw such people in a primitive mountain, they would definitely be dumbstruck and then tremble. Yifan had experienced too much, so he naturally wouldn't be surprised. His expression was very calm as he said that he was here to pay a visit and request to meet the owner of this place. What race is Celestial Chilan? Guozhen asked in a low voice. He felt that these people were incomparably demonic. Each and every one of them had a tall stature and the blood chi within their bodies was oppressive. Their ancestor was a heavenly serpent, and in the end, he became a demon god. The people of the world couldn't fathom his depth. Some of his descendants chose to evolve into flood dragons, while some remained as large serpents. That's why they're called the Celestial Chilan race. Yifan said. This was what he understood from the numinous treasure sect master. That heavenly serpent. Guozhen was a little worried for Yifan. He was afraid that the demon god was still in Changbai Mountain. If he hadn't left, then there would be great trouble. At that realm, they were only born for the sake of Tao. Becoming an immortal and obtaining Tao was their only pursuit. They should have left long before the age of chaos arrived. Yifan guessed. If you want to meet the owner of the primordial dragon cave, you have to report your name first. You have to know that not everyone in this world can come here and request an audience. More than 10 people in scaled clothes shouted. Their hair was disheveled, and each of them had a terrifying gaze. Some of them even had flood dragon horns on their heads. Yi Fan. He reported his name. I've never heard of you. Tell me where you're from and what sect you're from. Let's see if you have the qualifications. These people came from the primordial dragon cave and possessed first-rate bloodlines. They were naturally proud and arrogant, and their eyes were at the top of their heads. I'm the master of the celestial court. Do I have the qualifications? Yi Fan said coldly. He took a step forward, and strand after strand of golden blood energy rushed out. Terrifying fluctuations pressed forward like a mountain, making people feel suffocated. Master of the Celestial Court. What a big tone. These people had just said these words when they couldn't say anything else. They all trembled and looked at Yi Fan in fear. This young man with golden blood energy curling around his body made their hair stand on end. They felt as if they were facing an ancient demonic god. They trembled with fear and couldn't help but kneel down. Yi Fan wasn't excessive either. He withdrew his power and became calm again. He blended into the world and nature like a pine tree standing on the snowy ground. Master of the Celestial Court. After these people crawled up, they were overwhelmed with shock. There was actually someone who dared to call himself this. Was he really not afraid of heaven's punishment? This was especially true on this earth. According to ancient legends, there were many great characters who wanted to establish the celestial court and use it as their name. However, all of them died with grievances. These people didn't say anything else. Reverence appeared on their faces and they didn't dare to be negligent. They bowed deeply and quickly went to report. Esteemed guests have arrived at our door. Please forgive us for not going out to greet you. A middle-aged man with snow-white hair walked out from the snowy ridge. A group of people followed behind him. Yi Fan was astonished. This person had reached the dragon transformation realm. According to the numinous treasure sect master, he was a peerless expert of the present age and could run amok under the heavens. He also went forward and bowed, saying that he had taken the liberty to visit and that he had disturbed them. Since the other party was being polite, he naturally wouldn't use force against them. The newcomer called himself Bo-E, the younger brother of the celestial Qilin clan leader. His bearing was extraordinary and his blood energy was flourishing. There was still room for improvement. Yi Fan nodded inwardly and glanced at the primordial dragon cave in the distance. Propitious qi gushed out unceasingly. It was indeed a wondrous place, and it wasn't surprising that he had such a cultivation. My brother is in seclusion and hasn't come out for many years. Please forgive us for not being able to welcome you, said the younger brother of the celestial Qilin clan leader. Brother Bo-E is too courteous. It's my fault for disturbing everyone's meditation, said Yi Fan. Bo-E led some clansmen to welcome Yi Fan into a cave residence. It was built within a huge snowy mountain, and it wasn't the primordial dragon cave. As soon as he entered, Yi Fan was shaken and horrified. He sensed a supreme aura. Komatsu was even more nervous and immediately grabbed onto the corner of his clothes. After walking forward for several dozen zhang, a huge space appeared. The entire mountain was empty, and there were spatial laws. Therefore, this place was extremely vast. That is, Yi Fan saw a huge heavenly serpent that coiled into a huge mountain. It completely filled up the belly of the mountain. If there wasn't a spatial formation, this serpent mountain would be several times taller than the snowy mountain. Guozhen was completely dumbfounded. Just how big was this serpent? It was too shocking. The huge serpent opened its mouth, and it was extremely terrifying. It looked down like a demonic god, pressuring people to the point of suffocation. Wisps of saint might were faintly discernible as it covered the heaven and earth. Those who weren't supreme experts wouldn't be able to truly feel that kind of terror. It was obvious that it had been sealed. This is the remains of my ancestor, Bo-E introduced. It was actually the celestial Qilin clan's primogenitor, the heavenly serpent skin shed by a peerless demonic god. No wonder there were wisps of terrifying fluctuations even after being sealed. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything. Was the other party trying to take him down a notch? He remained unmoved and followed them forward. Chapter 960. The belly of the mountain was very big, and there were traces of ancient spatial formations. This was a cave opened up with great magic power. They walked around the snake slough and headed deeper into the depths. One had to admit that the celestial serpent primogenitor was extremely frightening. Its body was astonishingly large, and even though it was only a layer of skin, it still made one's blood run cold. Its entire body was lustrous white, and each scale was several meters long. It was as if they were cast from pure white divine gold and flickered with an ice-cold metallic luster. A few wisps of might seeped out as if it could collapse the heaven and earth. Komatsu was a little dizzy. It compared its height and then compared it to this ancient celestial serpent. It was incomparably discouraged, and at the same time timidly and fearfully, it tightly grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes as they moved forward. Yi Fan didn't say anything. The ancient demonic god primogenitor of this lineage had a well-deserved reputation. Even after its slough was sealed, it still had such an aura. There was definitely a period when it was unrivaled in the world. This path wasn't very long. Before long, they entered a hall constructed from ice crystals that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years. This cave was opened in ancient times. There were divine pearls in the ice crystals that illuminated this place brilliantly and brightly. Powerful demonic chi flowed about. Tao brother, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Bo-e invited them to take a seat and had people serve tea. They were all luminous cups that flowed with sparkling light. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he pondered silently. Was the mystery of the real and fake Pang Bo related to the celestial Qilin clan? Brother Bo-e, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. I came here to consult you on some questions, he said after serious consideration. Brother Yi, you're too polite. Ask away, Bo-e said straightforwardly. Yi Fan said, back then, the matter of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin shook the entire world. Could you tell me what you've investigated and the backgrounds of those who disappeared? Bo-Yi's expression changed. The matter of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was of great importance and caused a huge storm back then. Later on, Mount Tai almost turned into a battlefield, and even great divine arts practitioners were provoked. He thought about it and said, back then, all the sects took action, but they couldn't find out the backgrounds of those people. There was only one family that was suspected to have the blood of ancient demonic gods flowing in their bodies. Oh, which family is it? Can Brother Bo-e tell me in detail? Yi Fan asked. That family's surname seems to be Pang. I don't have a deep impression of it. At that time, it was my 9th brother who was in charge of investigating these people, Bo-e said. He saw that Yi Fan was very concerned, so he began to explain in detail. He said that among the ancient Fey god orthodoxies, Myriad Demon Valley had been the fastest to act back then. Someone might have entered the Pang clan to investigate something, but in the end, nothing came of it. Yi Fan nodded. His divine sense was so powerful that he could sense the fluctuations of his psyche. He wasn't lying. After hearing this, he immediately bid farewell. Hey, Brother Yi, you've just arrived, how can you leave? I still want to learn from you. Bo-e urged him to stay. Yi Fan thought about it and decided not to leave immediately. He also wanted to learn more about the Myriad Demon Valley. As a fellow demon god, he should know more about it. I still don't know which ancient orthodoxy Brother Yi inherited from, and where exactly did he come from. Could you tell me? Bo-e inquired. I'm a rogue cultivator who cultivated on a nameless mountain. I obtained some ancient techniques from the stone walls, but I don't know which orthodoxy it is. Recently, I've been quiet and wanted to move, so I came out to take a walk, Yi Fan said. Tao brother, you had a great opportunity. Could it be the orthodoxy of an ancient sacred emperor? Bo-e ordered people to send over delicacies and fine wine to invite them to a banquet. He said that the celestial Qilin clan had been cultivating bitterly and didn't go out. They wanted to endure through this age of Dharma ending and wait for the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to become abundant again. They rarely participated in the affairs of the outside world, especially in the past few years. They had been sealing the mountain, and no one had gone out. I've heard that a celestial demon physique appeared in the celestial Qilin clan. He's a heaven-bestowed genius. Isn't he going out? Yi Fan smiled. That was a matter of a few years ago. It's only now that people have guessed that it's a celestial demon physique. In fact, it's a pity to have such a physique in this age of Dharma ending. Bo-e looked at Komatsu several times and stared at the little bell on its neck. It was sparkling and translucent, and there was a small stone Buddha inside. I wonder what kind of magic tool this is. Can I take a look at it? Komatsu peeled a bunch of pine nuts and ate them with relish. When it heard Qin Mu's words, it was very magnanimous and handed it over. Bo-e carefully received it and looked at it a few times. What material is this made of? It's so heavy. Dao brother, how did you obtain this magic tool? I found it on the nameless mountain. It looks exquisite, so I gave it to this little fellow, Yi Fan said. Seems like brother really had a great opportunity. I believe you must have cultivated a great divine art, Bo-e said. Not at all. I've been stuck in the dragon transformation secret realm for 100 years. I don't know when I'll be able to ascend to the legendary immortal foundation. I yearn for it but can't reach it. Yi Fan sighed. Bo-e was moved. You have a chance to ascend to the immortal foundation. Dao brother is indeed extraordinary. Given your current cultivation, you can be considered a great divine art practitioner. Could it be that you participated in the battle on Mount Tai back then? I didn't. At that time, I was still bitterly cultivating in the mountains. Yi Fan shook his head. An unknown mountain already has a great divine art practitioner like Brother Yi. I believe there must be others. Indeed, there's always a mountain higher than the mountain, and there's always someone stronger. Bo-e sighed. Yi Fan shook his head. I'm merely an unaffiliated dragon transformation secret realm cultivator. How would I dare to call myself a great divine art practitioner? Brother, you have a chance to ascend to the immortal foundation. The great circle of the dragon transformation secret realm is sufficient for you to be called a great divine art practitioner. Bo-e sighed, filled with yearning. After that, he spoke of a matter. He wanted to ask for Yi Fan's help. He said that with such great divine arts, he would definitely be of great help and he would definitely reward him generously. Oh, I wonder what's the matter? Yi Fan asked. Bo-e replied, Dao brother, you must know that since ancient times, there's a treasure whose name shook the entire Middle Earth. It can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead, and it has the ability to bring the dead back to life. You're talking about ginseng? Yi Fan was astonished. That's right. But it's not an ordinary ginseng. It's a real ginseng with a human form. It's been around for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, and it's almost comparable to the legendary immortal spiritual medicine. Bo-e said. There were 3 treasures in the northeast, and the first was ginseng. Since ancient times, there were countless ginseng diggers outside the pass, and it was the emperor's favorite tribute. Nowadays, although there were many artificially grown ginseng that were almost comparable to a big radish. But the real top-grade wild ginseng was still very expensive. The starting price would easily be millions of dollars. The ginseng that Bo-e was talking about was naturally not an ordinary ginseng. It was a real spiritual ginseng that could even be called a demigod medicine. It was even more precious than an 80,000-year-old king of medicine. It was said that this old ginseng was the ancestral ginseng of Changbai Mountain, and also the ancestral ginseng of the Northeast. Although it couldn't merge with Tao like the immortal spiritual medicine, and couldn't fly into the sky or burrow into the earth, it could move by borrowing the qi of the earth. Since ancient times, no one could dig it up. My tribe has always lived in the primordial dragon cave of Changbai Mountain, so we have the best understanding of the terrain outside the pass. Recently, we've already figured out the movements of the ancestral ginseng. Maybe we can capture this stock of demigod medicine that has existed in this world since ancient times. He wanted to ask for Yi Fan's help and borrow his great divine art. He said that if he succeeded, he would definitely reward him handsomely, even if it was just half a stalk. Earth has already entered the age of end of days, so is there still such a divine herb? Yi Fan smiled. Bo Yi nodded his head. He said that they had long wanted to make a move, but they didn't have a divine arts practitioner to help them. They were afraid that if they failed, they would forever lose the chance to capture the demigod medicine. That was because this kind of spiritual thing was the most vigilant. Ever since their tribe had failed once 2,000 years ago, they had finally found another chance with great difficulty. Yi Fan and the rest entered the world of ice and snow, walking towards an uninhabited area. It was definitely not a place that mortals could enter. It was extremely primitive, and there were ancient trees that were thousands of years old everywhere. Look, this is the ginseng pit. It had appeared here before, and there's still a lingering fragrance, Bo Yi pointed. In this ancient forest that was unknown how vast it was, they snuck several hundred miles before Bo Yi found a few holes under the snow. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This was indeed the fragrance of a spirit medicine that was hard to find in this world, surpassing that of a medicine king. Just the lingering fragrance was refreshing. Komatsu wrinkled his purple diamond-like nose and sniffed it in an intoxicated manner. In the end, he fell into the ginseng pit with a plop and was instantly embarrassed. How about it, Dao brother? Can we cooperate? Bo Yi asked, asking for his help again. All right. Yi Fan nodded his head. We've set up a few spell formations here, but unfortunately, this ancestral tree is connected to the veins of the earth. It's impossible to lock it in place. This time, with you here, fellow Daoist, things will be easier. Bo Yi led Yi Fan and the others another 250 kilometers. This made Guozhen speechless. The real Changbai mountain was far from this vast. Who knew how big this no man's land that was surrounded by ancient formations was? However, as they walked, Bo Yi suddenly disappeared into thin air. Only Yi Fan and the other two were left in the vast snowy mountain. Yi Fan called Komatsu, who was jumping around on the ancient pine and playing in the snow, over. Then, he asked Guozhen to walk beside him. Guozhen was bewildered and said, "There's an intoxicating fragrance of the ancestral ginseng. We should be near the place where it appears. I heard from the elders that the places where this kind of spiritual old ginseng appears are the most dangerous. It's either guarded by something or it's a forbidden land. We can't have walked into a forbidden zone, can we?" Yi Fan said, "It's a forbidden zone, but it has nothing to do with the ancestral ginseng. Bo Yi finally couldn't hold back and attacked us. What should we do? Can we break through it?" Guozhen had always been worried. He was afraid that he would come into conflict with the demonic god lineage of the primordial dragon cave. There's an ancient killing formation here. It's definitely not a problem to trap a divine lord. Even a Dao executioner might die with a grievance if they aren't careful, Yi Fan said. What? It's that terrifying. Guozhen felt a chill down his spine. It's fine. Yi Fan reassured him. At his level, there was no need to bicker with cultivators of a lower realm. However, if he really provoked them, he definitely wouldn't be lenient. Several dozen kilometers away, a group of people gathered in a primitive mountain forest. They were all wearing Chilan clothes that flickered with cold light and surged with killing intent. Is it worth it? That person's cultivation is very powerful. If he rushes out, there'll be great trouble, a middle-aged man with black hair like a waterfall said. Fourth brother, don't worry. It's very worth it. Did you guys see that? That purple squirrel's bell was forged from Daluo silver essence. It's the same material as the primogenitor's weapon. It's hard to find in this world. Bo Yi sneered. He said that he had absolute confidence in killing Yi Fan. Once that killing formation was activated, even ancient great divine beings could be killed, let alone the people of the present. Are you sure he's really in the dragon transformation's secret realm and not someone even more terrifying? Bo Yuan was still worried. Bo Yi nodded and said, the reason I lured him into the ice crystal palace was to test his cultivation. There were 4 colors flashing on that divine gate. It was definitely the dragon transformation's secret realm. The ancient killing formation could easily eliminate him. This is still a bit rash. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be unpredictable. Another person said. Do you guys know why I insist on attacking so ruthlessly? It's because he's someone who went with the 9 dragons pulling the coffin 20 years ago. He actually returned miraculously. It's only been 20 years. He was just a little mortal back then, yet now, he's already in the secret realm of the outer fringe. If we search his soul and find out the whole story, our clan will definitely ascend to the top. Bo-E said coldly, we can only blame a little mortal like him for having such a great fortune. His return this time is only to complete his mission and help us achieve our goals. He's only sacrificed himself for nothing. Chapter 961. Are you sure he's the one who disappeared from the summit of Mount Tai back then? The group of people in the pine forest were all astonished to the extreme. Bo-E nodded and spoke of Yi Fan's name. Then, he ordered people to bring over the information from the investigation back then. After comparing the two, everyone was dumbfounded. He really is the one who disappeared back then. The group of great demons were shaken. This was a heaven-defying matter. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin brought a group of people into the sky and became an unsolvable mystery. Who would have thought that this person would reverse the situation and return? What exactly did he experience? You should understand now, right? What I've done is absolutely worth it. He's a living divine treasury. It's only been 20 years, yet he's actually created a great divine being. We'll extract his divine soul and learn his secrets. Our accomplishments will be unimaginable and far surpass a mere mortal like him. Bo-E said coldly. In the depths of the primitive mountain forest, Yi Fan was calm and composed. He wasn't in a hurry to escape and brought Guozhen and Komatsu to search for the whereabouts of the ancestral ginseng in the ancient killing formation. Along the way, they discovered several ginseng pits. This everlasting white ancestral ginseng was full of essence energy and spirituality. It had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Otherwise, how could it have existed since ancient times? It's a bit troublesome. It can control the energy of the earth to move. As long as it doesn't leave the earth, overturning Changbai Mountain is useless, Yi Fan said with a frown. Guozhen was speechless. He was in the ancient killing formation, yet Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry and was even thinking about the ancestral ginseng. It was truly admirable. Let me try. Yi Fan lightly shouted and used the origin heaven imprisonment divine technique. The thin essence energy under the earth immediately surged and the mountains began to shake. The dying dragon vein of Changbai Mountain was revived. It obeyed his command and turned over underground. The snowy mountains on the ground shook and avalanches occurred in many places. They whistled downwards with terrifying momentum. Yi Fan stood on the ground with his feet connected to the earth. His eyes were tightly shut as he sensed all the vitality and energy underground in search of the ancestral ginseng. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He sensed a shocking light containing boundless essence energy. It was an undying divine light that was almost as powerful as half a stalk of immortal medicine. Ancestral ginseng, it really is a half-divine medicine. Yi Fan opened his eyes and told Guozhen and Komatsu not to move and to wait on the ground. After that, Yi Fan disappeared from the surface. His Genesis techniques had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was only a step away from matching a Genesis Heaven Master. He was like a dragon returning to the sea in the earth vein. In the depths of the earth vein, that lump of undying divine light was too fast. The instant the draconic energy began to fluctuate, it already fled far into the distance, foreseeing good or bad luck. This old ginseng is indeed not easy to deal with. It will most likely take a few months to capture it. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. It was only because he was a Genesis Heaven Master that he could chase through the earth vein. Ordinary people would have no hope at all. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. Only he, the Yuan Taoist master, could chase it in the vein. Normal people had no hope at all. Suddenly, he found a beast bone in the vein. It was several meters long and had bird seal script carved on it. He stopped and studied it carefully. The general meaning was that the essence energy of heaven and earth would dry up, and the vein would dry up. The ancestral ginseng was intelligent and could activate the ancestral roots underground. It could produce dragon chi and make the mountains beautiful. It hoped that the future sages would be merciful and not harm it. A light flashed in the distance, and an immortal light appeared. A ginseng half the height of a person appeared, flowing with a precious light. Yi Fan was shocked. He almost thought that an old man had appeared there. The old ginseng had appeared on its own. It looked like a human and had some blurry facial features. It was a half-divine medicine and had long developed intelligence. It had a premonition that the person in front of it could capture it and control the vein. Thus, it had appeared and begged for mercy. That was because it had an instinct to seek fortune and felt that this was the best time to appear. With a flick of its arm, 20 drops of 5-colored liquid flew towards Yi Fan. Moreover, it knelt down. Its doddering appearance was quite pitiful. Although it had developed intelligence, it was the same as the immortal divine medicine and could not cultivate. Yi Fan used a white jade bottle to collect the liquid. He sighed and said, "You don't need to do this. I've already seen the records on this bone. Relax and leave." The old ginseng bowed from afar and disappeared into the depths of the vein in a flash. Yi Fan carefully examined these medicinal liquids. 5-colored radiance flowed about, releasing a strong fragrance that seeped into one's bones. This was indeed divine liquid. He roughly estimated that 4 stalks of old ginseng were equivalent to a stalk of undying divine medicine. He pulled out some formation flags from the vein. These were restrictions set up by the heavenly scale race to capture the old ginseng in the future. Many of the artifacts were made from materials from ancient times and would be difficult to repair once damaged. In the end, he returned to the ground. Komatsu immediately jumped over and watched nervously. He was very worried for him just now. "It's fine. The ancient formation here can't kill me. Let's go and settle the score with them now." Guozhen was overwhelmed with emotions after hearing this. This brother Yi was truly ferocious. Even an ancient formation that could kill Tao's severing kings couldn't do anything to him. What kind of divine ability was this? Yi Fan didn't let his guard down. This ancient killing formation was very complicated and dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might really die here. He destroyed the formation along the way and pulled out all the formation flags, completely flattening them. Dozens of miles away, Bo Yi said, "The avalanche just now shook all the peaks. It's obvious that the killing formation has been activated. There's no way for him to survive. His primordial spirit will automatically be sucked into the main flag. However, to be on the safe side, we'll go back first and collect his corpse 3 days later." The others nodded and returned to the primordial dragon cave in fear of an accident happening if they entered the formation too early. Yi Fan didn't hurry on his way after destroying the ancient killing formation. He looked around from time to time and observed the primordial forest. He actually saw a few temples with sacrificial texts written by the Qing dynasty's sacred ancestor. They saw many stone tablets praising merit and bestowing Mount Changbai as a sacred mountain that reigned above the 5 sacred mountains. Not long after, they saw a few ancestral temples of the Jin dynasty. They were grand and majestic. Although they were about to collapse, they could still see the glory of the past. Back then, mortals could also enter this area, Guozhen said. Yi Fan didn't say anything and continued forward. He actually saw many dragon tablets between the mountains. They should have been left behind by the ancient people. There were flowers, birds, fish, and insects carved on them, and they didn't seem to be words. This is the primitive worship. The heavenly scale race has existed for a really long time. For their own benefit, they have supported humans of different times. Guozhen was amazed. An hour later, Yi Fan and the others returned. There was a stretch of snowy peaks in front of them. At the center of the main peak, the primordial dragon cave was overflowing with auspicious air and lingering with dragon-shaped divine radiance. "You made it out alive?" More than 10 men dressed in heavenly scale battle clothes with their long hair hanging loosely over their shoulders and demonic aura lingering around them were all shocked and rushed to attack. Yi Fan didn't say anything and swept his finger forward like a blade. Pu sounds rang out incessantly as more than 10 people were sliced in half at the waist. Fresh blood flowed and the ground was scarlet red. What happened? A burly man appeared. He was a demon in reality. He had a human body and was covered in scales. He looked over and was a demon general. Not good, that person came back alive, a demon shouted. Your Excellency, please stop. We can talk things over, the demon general shouted. He wanted to stabilize the situation first. Pu Yifan silently walked forward. His finger was like a sword as he pressed downwards through the air. A large amount of blood flew into the air. This demon general was hacked apart on the spot, from the top of his skull to his legs. He didn't even have time to groan before he became a corpse in half. Not good, not good. The demon soldiers all panicked. Someone rushed into the cave and reported. What are you panicking for? A demon shouted. That person named Yifan rushed out of the ancient formation and came back. He is currently on a killing spree outside, the demon soldier reported in fear. What? Bo Yi was stunned. His whole body turned cold and was covered in cold sweat. The other great demons also felt their blood run cold. That ancient killing formation was extremely terrifying. Hundreds of years ago, it had killed 2 great mediums. How could a cultivator from the dragon transformation's secret realm break out of it? Let's go out and take a look. The group of demons had ugly expressions. Bo Yi and the others rushed out of the cave and looked forward. They saw that Yifan wasn't harmed in the slightest. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. Those who dared to obstruct him were killed without exception. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, melting the pure white snow and dyeing the ground red. 10 kills in one step. Yifan was like a god of death, his expression cold and emotionless. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed with a single finger. Not a single one of them was a match for him. Stop, we can talk things over, a demon shouted. Wretch. Yifan ignored him. His left hand slashed diagonally and chopped off half of the demon's head. The corpse flew out for dozens of feet and blood splattered on Bo Yi, turning his face white. Brother Yi, please stop first. We can talk things over. He spoke with difficulty. His heart was bitter and his body was cold. He didn't think this would be the result. Don't you like to bully the weak? What is there to talk about? I originally didn't want to bully you and wanted to talk things out with courtesy. But now, I don't feel like talking to you. Yifan was very calm. Ever since he returned, no matter how weak the cultivators he met were, he treated them as equals. He didn't want to bully others. However, if someone really provoked him, he wouldn't stop killing. He wouldn't bully the weak and fear the strong. He treated everyone equally. Brother Yi, please stop. I was wrong. Bo Yi's intestines were turning green from regret. You people are asking me to stop, but the killing intent in your hearts has risen to the extreme. I can feel it with my consciousness. Yifan revealed a cold smile. He killed one with each step he took. It was better than taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. Blood splattered everywhere as corpses kept falling under his feet. Wretch. Yifan pointed with his finger. A demon from the 4 Extremes secret realm had his head explode. Brain juice splattered everywhere as he fell to the ground with his head raised. Crack. He waved his arm and flew out like an eternal light. One of Bo Yi's elder brothers was instantly cut in half. Fresh blood flowed out. If you want to live, don't let me find out that you have enmity towards me. Yifan said calmly and walked forward calmly. The cold wind rushed over and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an Azura. Corpses were everywhere under his feet. Wretch. With a flick of his finger, the skull of a demon from the 4 Extremes secret realm was sent flying. Fresh blood and brain juice spurted several meters high. He died a violent death. He raised his right arm and slashed out horizontally. A ray of killing light was like a bolt of lightning, almost shattering all the snow-capped mountains. Blood light surged. The 7 to 8 demons that were standing with Bo-E all exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. These were people of the same generation as him. They were the backbone of the Celestial Scale clan. Yet, they were killed as easily as ants. This made his heart bleed. "Ah! Who are you?" he shouted mournfully. His eyes were red. He took out dozens of treasures and attacked. The Lord of the Celestial Court, Yi Fan. Yi Fan's expression was calm. With a sweep of his palm blade, all the weapons in the sky turned into dust. Moreover, half of Bo Yi's head flew off. Fresh blood splattered, and his corpse fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. This was like a legend. Although Bo-E had just entered the dragon transformation's secret realm, he could be considered a top-notch expert. Yet, half of his head was sliced off in an instant. The Lord of the Celestial Court. Everyone murmured. They were terrified to the extreme. Even Guozhen was trembling. He covered Komatsu's eyes and didn't dare to let it see. Not to mention the people of the Celestial Scale clan. They were all horrified. This was a legend written by the bones of a top-notch expert. I'm an easy person to get along with. I treat people with sincerity. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. The prerequisite is that you don't provoke me because you're superior. Yi Fan's tone was calm without a trace of fluctuation. He took large strides towards the primordial dragon cave. He wanted to see what was inside the cave that was overflowing with dragon chi. This was because he heard from the numinous treasure sect leader that this might be the ancient cave where the ancient sacred emperor lived. At the same time, he didn't relax. The experts of the Celestial Scale clan wouldn't stop here. Chapter 962. Snowy mountains stood tall and majestic. Beneath the highest peak, the primordial dragon cave was glowing with auspicious light. A few ancient pine trees were rooted at the side. This place was mysterious and peaceful. Yi Fan walked forward step by step and entered the sacred land of the heavenly scale tribe. Behind him was a ground full of corpses and fresh blood. The ground was scarlet red. Bo-E was dead. As a great demon of the dragon transformation's secret realm and a top-notch expert of the present age, half of his head was chopped off. It was almost a legend. The bright red blood was a ghastly sight. Demon corpses were strewn everywhere. Almost all of them were killed in one strike. The surviving demon soldiers and generals were trembling with fear. None of them dared to move forward. Yi Fan arrived in front of the primordial dragon cave. Just as he was about to step inside, a clear whistle resounded through the snowy mountains. Someone shouted from afar and rushed over like a bolt of lightning. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Changbai ancestral grounds? Two men rushed out from the depths of the snowy mountains. Their bodies had a kind of unruliness, and their eyes shone with radiance. Their attire was very special. They wore ancient robes and mandarin jackets, and their hair was combed into a large braid. Yi Fan was startled. Wasn't this the attire of the Qing dynasty? He didn't expect to see it in this era. It looked very primitive. However, the cultivation of these two was not weak. At least, it was rare in this era and could be considered as rare experts. Who are you? Protectors of the Changbai ancestral grounds. These two claimed that this was the place where their tribe thrived. Back then, they were able to enter the pass and rule the world. No one was allowed to desecrate this place. Their expressions were extremely agitated. Yi Fan was startled. These two were indeed quite old and could be considered as ancient seniors. Yet, they still retained their primitive habits. The two wild men glanced at the corpses on the ground. As if they were stimulated, they shouted loudly, saying that this was the birthplace of their tribe. The ones I want to kill are the Heavenly Scale tribe. I will not destroy this place. Please retreat quickly. Yi Fan said. The bloodline of the god race and our race are fused together. You came to our ancestral land to kill people. That means you are absolutely irreconcilable with us. The two of them charged forward. Yi Fan sighed and didn't say anything else. He flicked his finger twice in succession, and with two light poo-poo sounds, blood blossomed. The two people's foreheads exploded, and they both fell onto the snowy ground, dead. The surrounding demon soldiers and demon generals did not even dare to breathe loudly. They knew very well how powerful these two people were. They had cultivated hard in Changbai Mountain for 200 to 300 years. Many great demons were no match for them, but they still died. At this moment, an old demon appeared in the primordial dragon cave. He was all bones and bones, holding a heavenly snake cane. He sighed and said, "Tao friend, please have mercy." This was an old sky snake, and his age was frighteningly old. Although his cultivation was not very high, his seniority was extremely high, and everyone in the Heavenly Scale clan respected him. When everyone saw that he had appeared, they all stepped forward and called him Old Ancestor. They surrounded him in the middle, afraid that something might happen to him. "I've been in human form for more than 500 years, but I've lost more than half of my cultivation. Something unexpected happened during my cultivation," Yi Fan muttered to himself. "We were wrong. Please have mercy on us and let the Heavenly Scale clan live," the old sky snake said. He bowed deeply and begged bitterly. "I don't want to kill too much either. I can't bear to see you like this, but I'm even more unwilling to be targeted by a group of enemies. What do you want me to do?" Yi Fan's expression was cold. "They won't have any hostility. I can guarantee that no one will dare to have any evil intentions," the old sky snake guaranteed. "It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe them. My divine will can clearly sense that some people have killing intent towards me, and it has climbed to the extreme," Yi Fan said calmly. He attacked again. Poo-pu sounds rang out incessantly, but the foreheads of those with strong killing intent all exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground, and one corpse after another fell to the ground with their backs to the sky. "Go find the heavenly demon and bring the flood dragon ancestor to protect the cave," someone shouted crazily. His eyes were red because a few important clansmen had died. The entrance of the primordial dragon cave was scarlet red, and corpses were everywhere. "No!" The old sky snake immediately shouted and revealed a shocked expression. "Old ancestor, could it be that the heavenly demon that has entered the flood dragon ancestor's body can't deal with him? So many of our clansmen have died, we have to avenge them." A great demon roared crazily. Yi Fan stopped at the cave entrance and did not make another move. More than 10 great demons had died, and only the small demons were left trembling there. Those with hostility had all been killed. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from afar. It was like a dragon's cry that shook the 9 heavens. A flood dragon rushed over and leaped over many snowy peaks. It was as huge as a mountain ridge, and it swung its huge tail towards Yi Fan. Guizhen's eyes almost popped out. He held on to Komatsu and quickly retreated. It was really a huge silver flood dragon, and it was extremely similar to a real dragon. Its 2 eyes were like lanterns. The divine flood dragon swung its tail and cracked a snowy mountain. Rocks flew through the air, and the avalanche was like a tsunami. The boundless white snow covered the sky and covered the earth. This place seemed like it was going to collapse. The super-huge flood dragon was not something that could be born in this era, but it appeared alive and well in front of them. There was a great power that made every demon tremble and want to kneel down. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. What era was this? How could there still be a flood dragon like this? This flood dragon's body had definitely cut down the Tao a long time ago. Something's wrong. He discovered something strange. Although the flood dragon was powerful, its flesh was ice cold. Although there was a powerful magical power surging within its body, it was very uncoordinated. So it's just a corpse that's being controlled by someone. Yi Fan shook his head. This was a flood dragon ancestor of the celestial scale race. Back then, his cultivation was heaven-defying, but it was a pity that an accident happened when he was cultivating a certain secret technique. His primordial spirit withered and died, leaving only his flesh body. However, it also became the celestial scale race's sect-guarding treasure. When an expert's primordial spirit entered its body, it could unleash extremely terrifying battle prowess that could tear apart those with great divine abilities. At this moment, the pride of their race, the celestial demon physique, rode the flood dragon and wanted to battle Yifan. He shouted coldly, "You have to pay the price for coming to my race's blood massacre. Hand over your life. Your primordial spirit isn't strong, and your cultivation isn't enough. So what if you have the body of a Tao executioner? You might be able to deal with others, but it's really useless against me," Yifan said coldly. Roar, the huge flood dragon covered the sky and covered the earth as it swooped down at Yifan. It had the power to move mountains and fill up the seas. In this era, it was definitely unrivaled. Everyone from the celestial scale race paid close attention and clenched their fists tightly. They believed that even those with great divine abilities wouldn't be able to block such a world-shocking attack. In the current world, there was no one that could compare to the corporeal body of a Tao executioner. Apart from the dragon's roar, there was no other sound between the heaven and earth. Only the huge flood dragon became the only thing between the heaven and earth. However, out of everyone's expectations, the Tao executioner's flood dragon didn't crush Yifan. Instead, its head was smashed by his fist, and fresh blood flowed out as it flew back to the horizon. So what if it's a Tao executioner's flood dragon? It's just a corpse. I've even killed a living Tao executioner before, Yifan softly muttered to himself. He stood there proudly and looked up at the silver flood dragon in the sky. His expression was calm and he didn't have a trace of fear. Everyone was stunned. Many people heard what he said and were so scared that their bodies turned cold. Who was this person that had killed a living Tao executioner before? Leave quickly. The old heavenly snake stood at the entrance of the primordial dragon cave and roared. Old ancestor, there's no need to worry. Watch how I take his life. Since he dared to behave atrociously in my primordial dragon cave, his blood will splatter 5 meters. The silver flood dragon shouted. He didn't hear what Yifan was muttering to himself. He opened his mouth and spat out a purple bolt of lightning. This was a purple gold treasured mirror that was refined by a Tao executioner in the past. The purple light that it emitted could melt all things, and even cult masters would suffer heavy injuries if they were swept by it. However, Yifan didn't dodge at all. He went against the sky and faced the attack head-on. His golden fist was overflowing with astral chi and directly pierced through the heaven and earth. Gotcha! Something terrifying happened. The purple treasured mirror shattered into dozens of pieces and scattered down like a meteor shower. It was shattered by a single punch. Heavens, how is this possible? He used his fist to destroy a Tao executioner's weapon. Many people from the heavenly scale race were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Many of them were trembling uncontrollably. How could they see this kind of power today? It was something that could only appear in ancient legends. Tao executioner flood dragon king. Yifan's soft voice came from the sky. Then, he shook his hands and emitted a heaven-overflowing golden light that struck forward. Peng, peng, a terrifying sound rang out. That huge silver flood dragon was grabbed by a pair of mountain-like golden hands. With a forceful pull, it was broken into more than 10 pieces. Blood and flood dragon bones fell onto the ground. Below, a snowy mountain was smashed apart. The flood dragon's corpse fell down, causing the earth to tremble. A white heavenly snake rushed out from the flood dragon corpse. It was as fast as lightning and wanted to escape. It was precisely the race's heavenly demonic physique. Chi! Yifan pointed out with his finger. He immediately fell onto the ground and turned into a young man. His face was deathly pale, and his expression was fierce as he clenched his teeth. It's not like I haven't seen the heavenly demonic physique before. That friend of mine should be severing the Tao soon, right? Yifan muttered to himself. He thought of the Northern Dipper star domain and became absent-minded. Who exactly are you? The heavenly demonic physique shouted. His eyes were bloodshot as if he wanted to devour someone. I've already said it many times. I'm the master of the celestial court, Yi Fan. Yi Fan's voice was very soft. Although it was not the first time the people present heard it, it still caused their hearts to palpitate. I actually don't want to kill. However, your killing intent towards me is so strong that I have no choice but to strangle a genius. No. The group of people behind shouted loudly. Yi Fan did not pay them any attention. With a light tap, the heavenly demonic physique cried out loudly. The space between his brows was pierced, and he fell onto the snowy ground without a trace of life. Yi Fan was neither happy nor worried. He once again arrived in front of the primordial dragon cave. This group of people's hearts were filled with extreme fear as they continuously retreated. It's our fault. We shouldn't have killed you out of greed. However, you've already killed 39 members of our tribe, and almost all of them were great demons. If our tribe is not exterminated, our vitality will be greatly damaged within 500 years. We won't dare to leave the mountain and can only seal ourselves in Changbai Mountain. Can you let us go? The old heavenly snake begged. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. He really could not bear to kill him. If the other party was extremely vicious and rushed over, he would not show any mercy. Those who want to stay in the heavenly snake primogenitor, come over. Even if you use that snake skin, it will be useless. He turned around and looked at another ancient cave. The heavenly scale clan's chief, Bo Ren, walked out with an ashen face. Although he was known as an absolute expert in the dragon transformation's secret realm, he was nothing in front of him. You used your own strength to suppress my tribe. If you admit defeat, you can kill as you please. Bo Ren spoke as he supported the old heavenly snake. The heavenly scale clan had 2 dragon transformation experts. Bo Yi was already dead, and only Bo Ren was left. Struggling was futile. I also don't want to kill too many people. Seal yourselves in the mountain for 500 years. During this period, you are not allowed to leave, Yi Fan said calmly. Many thanks for not killing us, the old heavenly snake said with a trembling voice. The others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them followed the old snake and bowed silently.